The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1141, which matched to watch. Translator, Namyumi Editor, Namyumi. In the eyes of the pro teams, Happy was a troublesome existence. In the past, when had they ever needed to spend so much effort studying a new alliance team? Those teams on the border of relegations were no different than cheerleader teams in the eyes of the powerhouses. However, for Happy, they felt uneasy not taking them seriously. Fortunately, matches were played one by one. Over the entire season, each team would at most bump into Happy twice. The teams scheduled far from Happy weren't in a rush. On the other hand, the teams scheduled closer to Happy were rather worried, such as Team 100 Blossoms, who would be playing Happy next. Team 100 Blossoms had made it to the playoffs last season and even gave quite the trouble to Team Tyranny. After waving goodbye to Blood and Blossoms, their team became better and better. Yu Feng, the new generation's #1 berserker, stood firm in Team 100 Blossoms. His strength had erased Sun Jiping's influence to some extent. Along with the passing of time, Team 100 Blossoms had been rather indifferent about encountering Sun Jiping. At least, they hadn't been as nervous as facing Happy. Because 100 Blossoms was a team on the fringe of the playoff level, it was very possible that a slight slip would lead to their playoff spot being taken, so in their view, Happy was an especially worrisome opponent. The difference in points this round might determine which of the two teams would be making into the playoffs. However, no matter how diligent they might be, there were only two real matches of Happy to look at. In their match against Excellent Era, Happy had displayed closely interlinked and masterful strategic planning, but against Samsara, before Happy could even get their tactics going, Samsara had scattered them. Samsara is even stronger this season, Team 100 Blossoms Cleric Mo Chuchen said. But soon afterwards, under the gazes of everyone else in the team, Mo Chuchen shifted topics in a fluster. Focus on Happy, focus on Happy. Yes, he had mistaken what was important here. But the problem was that there really wasn't much to see from Happy this match. Happy hadn't been able to display any of their tactics before collapsing. In the post-match press conference, Happy threw the word rustiness left and right, leading to a complete collapse of the reporters. But from Team 100 Blossom's careful analysis, they felt like this rustiness might really be the truth. Samsara had won 2 consecutive championships. Their strength didn't need to be questioned. Their team was an aggressive team, especially after the addition of Sun Xiang and 1 Autumn Leaf. With such strong attackers, their tempo only quickened. As a result, when Happy ran into Samsara from their performance in the team competition, they indeed had been overwhelmed by Samsara's fast pace. Happy's decisions were always a half-beat too slow. Even though they tried hard to make adjustments to their tactical rhythm, by the time they finished adjusting, Samsara was already on the next beat. After all, Samsara was different than Excellent Era. Excellent Era was a team that Yiziu understood all too well. When fighting against Excellent Era, his tactics were clearly targeted towards them. Excellent Era had also been crushing noobs in the Challenger League for an entire year, so they had somewhat fallen from the pace of the pro scene. How could they compare to the reigning champions? Happy needed to adapt to the pace of the pro matches. For 100 Blossoms, this was undoubtedly good news. Thus, the general direction of this upcoming match was more or less confirmed now. Fight fast. 100 Blossoms players reached a consensus. As for the specifics, each team had their own class compositions and styles. For the following week, they would be undergoing targeted practice for utilizing this playstyle. This was the pro scene. This was a pro match. How each battle played out depended on the opponents. The week passed quickly. The second round of the league had begun. In this round, there were 2 important matches. The first was between Team Happy and Team 100 Blossoms. Everyone had been discussing how strong Happy was exactly over the course of the week. The other match was between Team Thunderclap and Team Void. After Xiao Shikin returned to Thunderclap, there had been a few more adjustments made during the summer transfer window, revealing the team's newfound ambition. As for Void, their dual Ghost Blades were legendary, but this duo always gave people a feeling that these two weren't able to support the general picture. However, people saw room for growth from Void, not from transfers but from the interior. Last season, Blue Rain's rookie Lu Hanwen shined. In his first year in the Alliance, he had been chosen as an all-star. Another star was rising. In the end, the best rookie went unsurprisingly to Lu Hanwen. However, was this decision truly without controversy? For Team Void's fans, that was absolutely not the case. Last season, a formidable rookie had appeared in their team too, an exorcist, GKG. GKG was 19 this year. No matter how it was looked at, he was at an age brimming with youth. However, placed among pro players in a competitive scene getting younger and younger, compared to the 15-year-old Lu Hanwen, the 19-year-old GKG was immediately labeled with traits such as mature and staid, words that didn't suit youths. GKG was indeed a serious person with an air of a great general. Alongside Glory's famous Ghostblade duo, he displayed a terror never before seen in a rookie. His performance was always consistent. Even though the Ghostblade duo was still the core of Team Void, the air of a leading role appeared around him. This wasn't him trying to overtake his seniors. It was simply his playstyle. He was someone with the potential to become the core of a team, a person that could carry the team's banner. Everyone had always been waiting for a good helper to the Ghostblade duo, but right now, a youth, who sometimes made the Ghostblade duo change from leads to support, had appeared. The two seniors seemed to have no disagreements towards him, and whenever Team Void's GKG performed spectacularly, they always obtained good results. For this type of player, even if he didn't grow to become the core of a team, he would still be a great general in a team. It was just a pity that his seriousness made him different than Lu Hanwen, who was brimming with energy and passion. The attention towards him was far less. Team Void had always been lamenting at this injustice. In the selection for Best Rookie, Lu Hanwen snatched away the majority of the votes, leaving a huge gap between the second-place GKG. This didn't affect GKG though. Another summer had passed and he became even more mature. Last season, he had been the new rookie of the team, and now he had already come a player that Team Void couldn't lack. The opening round of the league further proved this point. In the opening round, Team Void fought against Team 301 in a bitter battle. In this round, GKG had been crucial to the points won by Team Void. He had won a point in the individual competition. In the team competition, Team 301 took the initiative, but he stood firm and led the team for a counterattack, resulting in a huge victory. In the post-match press conference, Team 301's captain, Yang Kong, praised GKG. He even said that GKG reminded him of Wang Jixi despite their playstyles being entirely different. Afterwards, Team 301's all-star grappler Li Yihui, who had once been a part of Team Tiny Herb but had been traded for Team 301's Su Bin, also expressed his approval towards his captain's praise for GKG. Team Thunderclap versus Team Void was the match chosen to be broadcast. Even though everyone's curiosity towards Happy hadn't been erased, the broadcast could only choose a single match. They couldn't only broadcast Happy's matches this season, no. On 9/12, the second round of the Glory Professional League's 10th season started. The viewers tuning in to watch saw Team Void's stadium as scheduled, but the commentator Pan Lin seemed to be even more uneasy than anyone else. Hello friends, this is the second round of the Glory Professional League's 10th season, Thunderclap versus Void. The players on both sides have entered the stadium. First up will be the individual competition, of course. And at the same time, there's another important match between 100 Blossoms and Happy, which is taking place in City H. I'm sure everyone knows that after Excellent Era was defeated in the Challenger League last season, their boss Tao Xuan sold practically all of Excellent Era's assets. Many people probably thought that Excellent Era's competitive stadium was a part of these assets, but in reality, Excellent Era Stadium used to be called Zaya Gymnasium, a public gymnasium in City H when the Glory Professional League was established. The competition soon needed this type of venue, so Excellent Era rented it for long-term use. Later on, the name was changed to the Excellent Era Stadium. The lease was suspended ahead of time, and the stadium has returned to the original Zaoshan Gymnasium. Right now, Happy is temporarily leasing it for their stadium. In truth, this isn't surprising. This is the only venue in City H with the conditions to display Glory's projection technology. A cough interrupted Pan Lin's introduction. After a pause, Pan Lin realized that he was currently commentating the match between Thunderclap and Void, but after only a short introduction, he had suddenly shifted focus to Happy. The director had told him to give updates on the situation between Happy and 100 Blossoms. It would be enough to just say a few words when a result came out. He wasn't supposed to go too far, though. Let's get back to the scene. Pan Lin immediately pulled the subject back from Zaoshan Gymnasium. His old partner Li Yibo gave a loud laugh. It looks like our little Pan has quite the interest in the match between 100 Blossom and Happy. We'll be giving updates on that match from time to time, Pan Lin said. Okay, the match between Thunderclap and Void will be starting soon. First up is the individual competition. The first two players to come up will be Thunderclap's Dai Yankee and Void's Li Zun. Pan Lin started focusing on the present match. And at the same time, standing inside the venue renamed to Zaoshan Gymnasium, Yiziu let out a deep sigh. Even though the name had changed, the venue itself hadn't. The only addition to it was equipment for the projection technology. I'm back. A year and 8 months to stand back here. My name has changed. My character has changed, but my will to compete will never change. I'll be going. Yiziu called out to his teammates and stepped towards the stage. Dai Yankee has opened fire. For now, Li Zun is unable to approach and is moving around. A beautiful air jump. He jumped backwards in midair to dodge the magic coming at him. Happy sent out Yiziu as their first player. The viewers tuning into the match were listening to Pan Lin commentating the intense battle between Elementalist and Assassin, when a piece of news about Happy suddenly popped up out of nowhere. The King's Avatar Chapter 1142. A nervous rookie translator. Namiyami editor. Namiyami Yiziu was the first one to walk onto the stage for Happy. Pan Lin was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone in the stadium, including the players from Team 100 Blossoms, were astonished. According to the usual practices, the ace player would appear in the group arena to fight for the 2 points. The ace player rarely appeared in the individual competition. With Happy's arrangements, was Happy giving up on the group arena, targeting the 3 points in the individual competition? There was no need to dwell on this thought. The list of names for the matches were set before the game. Zheng Xinren from Team 100 Blossoms went on stage for this away game. Who was Zheng Xinren? Before this match, no one knew. He was a rookie promoted from the 100 Blossoms training camp this season. When his name was submitted to the league in the new season's players list, it could be considered as his first public appearance in the circle. After that, he appeared eSport Home's September 1st edition, introducing the team rosters for the Alliance's 20 teams. All officially registered appeared in this list. Important transfers would have short introductions, but Zheng Xinren only had his name listed and popped up on 100 Blossoms team roster just like this. No press conference had been convened for him, so no reporters thought about interviewing him. He was not a rookie who had gained the adoration of millions, but the team gave him a chance because of his skill. He became an official player and waited for the chance to appear on stage. Then he would use his play to earn a name for himself in the league. 100 Blossom didn't send him up for the opening match, so he sat idly on the bench. However, he wasn't annoyed. Unless he was one of those so-called heavenly talents, this was something almost all rookies had to experience, even more so in Team 100 Blossoms. They had watched as player came out of their training camp, sign a contract with them, and sit on the bench. He found opportunities here and there. He gradually became a part of the main roster, then the core of the team, then a god in the alliance. Tang Hao. For every rookie sitting on the benches, there was nothing more encouraging than Tang Hao's story. Zheng Xinren inherited DeLillo, the brawler account Tang Hao left behind when he left 100 Blossoms. He promised himself that he would be like Tang Hao and conquer the world, starting from the bench. He was able to get a chance to fight in their second round. For someone who knew Tang Hao's story very well, he knew that he had gained an opportunity even earlier than Tang Hao. This fact raised his spirits. He was moved and excited and didn't even sleep well last night. He could finally step onto the stage. Unfortunately, his opponent just had to be Yiziu, who didn't know of Yiziu's accomplishments in the early days. New rookies didn't feel too pressured facing him, though. This was because that era of glory was too far in the past. Only players who had played Glory for over 10 years had the chance to personally witness that era. Zheng Xinyan obviously hadn't played Glory for that long. By the time he started playing Glory and entered 100 Blossoms training camp, Yiziu had already been labeled as outdated. Not long afterwards, he retired. When he returned, Excellent Era disbanded. Zheng Xinren indeed admired the amount of commotion this god could make, but he only started to learn about Yiziu's skill when his team was preparing to fight Happy. Like everyone else, he only knew about the unspecialized and the myriad manifestations umbrella in theory, but not much in actual practice. Team 100 Blossoms had been distressed for this very reason. However, Zheng Xinren was relatively at ease because he didn't think he would have the opportunity to fight Yiziu. He would be appearing in the individual competition, so the team competition was irrelevant. He didn't expect to meet Happy's core and God in the individual competition. However, what he didn't think would happen happened. He was a rookie who would playing in his first competitive match in his professional career. Unfortunately, he just had to face a god who had fought hundreds of battles. The thunderous applause given to Yiziu in the stadium caused half of Zheng Xinren's body to go numb. He realized that competition wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Why did he feel so suffocated in such a big stadium? Happy was a new team that had only recently entered the league, yet they already had so many fans. So noisy. Zheng Xinren entered the player booth. The player booth was completely cut off from the outside world. However, his brain was still in a mess. The amount of noise and the feeling of suffocation lingered in his mind, and he was unable to wipe it away. 1 minute had passed. Yiziu pressed ready after logging on with Lord Grimm and joining the arena room. However, there was no sign of activity from Zheng Xinren. What happened? The crowd became restless, so the referee immediately took action to see what was up with Zheng Xinren. Then he saw a player whose body was completely rigid and tense. It was pressure. The referee was experienced, and this wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. He only needed to glance at the player to tell that he was too nervous. "Are you ready?" The referee sighed and knew the player was definitely not prepared, but the match couldn't give him limitless time to prepare. He could only confirm with this method. If he was ready, then the match would start at once. If not, then he would forfeit. Zheng Xinren obviously knew the rules, so he immediately nodded. Under the guidance of the referee, he logged on, entered the room with his character, and pressed ready. They soon reached the end of the countdown. Both Lord Grimm and DeLillo loaded into the map. DeLillo was the character Tang Hao had previously used. When he had been present, 100 Blossoms made an effort to upgrade it. But after his departure, 100 Blossom went back to their old Berserker and Spitfire combo. DeLillo was no longer an account the club focused on. After the level 75 update, DeLillo naturally wasn't a priority. Now that the account had been handed down to a rookie, the majority of the equipment was still as Tang Hao had left it. Upgrades in the equipment were made through upgraded level 75 orange equipment instead of upgraded level 75 silver equipment. In comparison, Happy's character weakness wasn't so obvious before DeLillo. Lord Grimm's myriad manifestation umbrella was at level 70. Even though he didn't have any other silver equipment, a full set of level 75 orange equipment was enough to compare with silver equipment at level 70. As for character player suitability in reality, only the powerhouses had the resources to be so picky. The moment Yiziu entered the room, he had Lord Grimm sprint ahead. As for Zheng Xinren, he was still in a daze. He didn't do anything and was still trying to sort out his emotions. The audience didn't know about Zheng Xinren's situation. All they saw was that the old general was charging forward impatiently, while the rookie Kami stood his ground. Had those two switched accounts? The audience didn't know about Zheng Xinren's situation, neither did Yiziu. Yiziu didn't have any way to learn about such a new rookie, so he could only learn as the match progressed. However, when Lord Grimm reached the center of the map, he didn't see his opponent. Is he moving strategically? For any pro player, this observation was instinctive. Yiziu immediately looked over the terrain. This was a home game for Happy, so they picked the map themselves. Even if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't walk the wrong way on this map. He immediately took note of any locations that were possible for a sneak attack, but he couldn't sense any movement from the opponent. Is he playing dirty? Yiziu wondered. The brawler was a class that could play dirty, so Yiziu took caution and carefully looked around. He had Lord Grimm move ahead while deliberately making mistakes. No response. Zheng Xinren from 100 Blossom was still trying to regain his composure at the spawn point, so he hadn't moved. Even if the audience watched from a bird's eye view, none of them knew what was happening. Those who had watched Happy's matches in the Challenger League sent glances towards Wei Chen at Happy's bench. Playing dirty by standing at the spawn point was similar to this old player. Happy had once used this tactic against their opponents. Was this retribution for Happy? If this was the Challenger League, the audience might have been a bit excited, but this was different. This was an official league match, as well as a home game for Happy. Even though their popularity couldn't be compared with the early years of Excellent Era, it was definitely enough for the bottom-tier and mid-tier teams be jealous of. Having a large audience meant that a lot of people bought tickets. This was probably where teams earned most of their day-to-day income from. At this home game, Happy's fans started to feel a little worried. They were afraid of the strange moves this foreign rookie from 100 Blossoms would make. The atmosphere in the stadium started to grow heavy. Everyone watched Lord Grimm gradually get closer to DeLillo while the latter was calm as always. At last, the two characters appeared in each other's view. Yiziu saw DeLillo, and Zheng Xinren saw Lord Grimm. After that, DeLillo charged forward. He sprinted straight without showing any signs of turning. There was no touch of tactics as he advanced straight ahead as if this was the deciding point. He must be scheming something. The audience thought to themselves. If this were really the deciding point in the match, what was he doing earlier? Was he just standing there to nurture his strength while exhausting the enemy? Frankly speaking, that wasn't possible in Glory. Many players would do random ineffective actions before they encountered their opponent as warm-up. There must be some sort of scheme within all this for Zheng Xinren to just wait there doing nothing. It was just like what Wei Chen had done at Happy. The audience didn't have time to think any further because the two had started fighting already. 100 Blossoms Zheng Xinren, a schemer in everyone's minds, was sent flying backgrounds in the first exchange. The audience was stunned, and Yi Ziu was also a bit astonished. He had been 120% careful and had numerous variations and follow-ups prepared after Falling Flower Palm, but it turned out that Falling Flower Palm was all it took to send him flying away. As for his follow-up, Lord Grimm missed when he struck with his spear. This was a rare mistake for veterans like Yi Ziu. It was simply because that palm hitting was too surprising. The moment Dalila was about to reach the ground after being blown away, his body twitched and he lay flat on the ground. What is he doing? Yi Ziu was dumbstruck. To even fail to quick recover, was he really a pro player? Even Yi Ziu was slightly dazed. He was playing in a pro match, right? He wasn't in the arena or the Challenger League torturing scrubs, right? Is it a trap? Yi Ziu didn't move forward and instead used long-ranged skills. After a chain of ferocious attacks, his heart finally steadied. It was impossible for this to be a trap. If it was, then this was way overboard. The player before him was simply playing really bad for some reason. Lord Grimm rushed forward without any hesitation. He dispatched his opponent cleanly and won. The audience was dumbstruck. They even forgot to applaud and cheer for their team. What happened? This victory was too simple. Was 100 Blossoms deliberately playing badly? The King's Avatar Chapter 1143 Chapter 1143. An ordinary veteran translator. Namyami editor. Namyami Zheng Xinren wasn't the first rookie to lose a battle because of nerves, nor would he be the last. But no rookie would ever want their very first battle to have such an embarrassing ending. This was the very first point obtained by Happy in the Pro League, a memorable point won by Yi Ziu. The story stopped there, though, since there was nothing memorable about the process of winning the point. This wasn't a match to be proud of. Somehow, Happy won the point just like that. Aside from the judge, who had seen with his own eyes how nervous Zheng Xinren was, the only others who could really understand what had happened were his 100 Blossom teammates. Others didn't know anything about Zheng Xinren, but his teammates understood his skill very well. After all, he was sent out for this official match because he had the skill necessary to possibly achieve a win. But in the end, his performance didn't suit his actual abilities at all. The 100 Blossoms players thought, and immediately knew that he had been too nervous. It was common to be nervous, but strange to be nervous to this extent. But they couldn't put more pressure on Zheng Xinren after this. When he came off stage, his teammates spoke words of comfort and encouragement to him, until the judge called for the second individual competitor to go on stage. Zhang Wei. An ordinary name that couldn't get any more ordinary, just like his professional career. Zhang Wei was a veteran player. After debuting in Season 3, he had played continuously for Team 100 Blossoms. He wasn't particularly talented, nor did he show any sort of breakthrough growth. Through the years, he was just another ordinary member of 100 Blossoms. He had seen Blood and Blossoms wreak havoc upon the Alliance. He had seen Sun Jiping's tragic injury and untimely retirement. He had seen Zhang Jiao alone but still persevering in the fight. He had seen Tang Hao's rapid rise from a benchwarmer to a god at the peak of the Alliance. All of this took place right beside him, and he experienced it all, yet hadn't changed afterwards. In the end, he was just a very ordinary member of 100 Blossoms. There were actually many pro players like this. They weren't very eye-catching, and they wouldn't often come up in the media or in conversations between ordinary gamers. However, they were still a very important component of the Alliance. It was just like how in real life, the majority of people were just ordinary people. Pro players were an extraordinary subset of glory players, and Zhang Wei and the others were the most ordinary of this subset. The second player in the individual competition for 100 Blossoms away match at Happy was this ordinary player, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei went on stage, entered the player booth, swiped his account card, logged into the game, and joined the match room. He had repeated this process many times over the years and so didn't need any sort of preparation. To him, it was as simple as eating a meal. Soon after entering the room, he saw his opponent enter, steamed bun invasion. Oh, it's that confusing player. Zhang Wei thought back to the research they had done prior to this match. This player named Bao Rongxing had earned that evaluation. This guy, he had good technical skill for sure, but his performance in matches was sometimes good and sometimes bad. If that were his only problem, they could just treat him as a player whose condition was unstable. But this guy, sometimes his good would become bad and sometimes his bad would miraculously produce good. His play followed no rules, and so it was impossible to devise any tactics to counter him. In the end, the plan was just 4 words: play it by ear. And now the task of playing by ear had fallen upon Zhang Wei's head. Countdown. Loading match. Zhang Wei's character was a witch called Endless Forest. Although he was an ordinary player, he had played in 100 Blossoms for many years now, and his position was relatively stable, so his character Endless Forest was fairly good. Of course, it couldn't compare to Vacaria. Zhang Wei had debuted the same year as Wang Jixi and played the same class, but his name was never mentioned with Wang Jixi's, because in people's eyes there was nothing to compare. Zhang Wei used this decent witch, Endless Forest. The strategy of this match was to play by ear, so Zhang Wei's original plan was to open with strategic change of position. But the map that Happy had chosen was simple and flat. With no cover, there was no way to surprise the opponent, so he had no choice but to directly charge forward. Steamed Bun didn't hesitate at all. As soon as the match started, he brazenly charged out, at the same time sending a message: "Let's decide the winner." All right. Upon seeing the opponent's message, Zhang Wei sent a reply. Soon enough, without dodging, or rather with nowhere to dodge, the two players met at the center of the map. Both Brawler and Witch were close to mid-range fighters, but the Witch's range of control was a bit larger. As a mage, a Witch absolutely had to have some sort of Aya. Zhang Wei's actions were extremely simple. Endless Forest tossed a lava flask, which was the most common opening move for witches in PvP. Throw a lava flask, it didn't matter if you burned the opponent, just limit their movements. If they didn't want to suffer damage from the lava, they could only go around. Okay, he's jumping over here. The lava flask had instantly turned the area into a field of lava, but Steamed Bun Invasion leapt into the air. With a powerful knee attack, half jumping, half attacking, he continued straight towards Endless Forest. He managed to avoid the lava flask this way, but this kind of attack was just too reckless. Endless Forest stepped to the side, and with a wave of his sleeve, a dark purple shadow flew out. It was the Witch skill Night Cloak, which could grab, and because it had a higher priority than knee attack, the grab could not be avoided with this skill. The mid-air Steamed Bun Invasion looked like he crashed right into the Night Cloak, and he was immediately bound by the shadows and fell into the lava. But Zhang Wei wouldn't let him get away with just that amount of damage. Endless Forest raised his broom and prepared to launch further attacks, only to see something small flying toward him and steadily growing larger. In an instant it filled his field of view and he was hit by the brick. When was this brick thrown? Zhang Wei didn't know, but he was sure that it was before his Night Cloak, otherwise it would have been interrupted by the Night Cloak's grab. And now the brick had hit him and interrupted his attack, while the binding effect of Night Cloak had worn off already. Steamed Bun Invasion was in the lava, and although he was taking damage, it didn't affect his movements. Tyrannical Chain Punch. Zhang Wei immediately wanted to have Endless Forest to dodge, but it was already too late. Steamed Bun Invasion was right in front of him. He got up and turned over, ignoring the lava's damage and coming with a ruthless hammering blow. Zhang Wei would suffer in this exchange. but he didn't really understand Steamed Bun Invasion's usage of tyrannical chain punch right now. Although this was a fierce attack, there were no good follow-up skills. It would make more sense to first use some smaller attacks to pave the way, then finish the combo with a tyrannical chain punch. But Steamed Bun Invasion was decisive, directly using the final step and leaving it at that. Right, leaving it at that. After the tyrannical chain punch, Steamed Bun Invasion rolled backward and retreated. This was the motion prescribed by the system at the end of this skill and was unavoidable. Of course, Endless Forest, who had just been battered by the tyrannical chain punch, wouldn't be able to counterattack in such a short period of time. Otherwise, this attack would just become a skill where after it was used the player would be forced to suffer an attack. So after this, the two characters stood up at almost the same time and tossed out items at the same time. Steamed Bun Invasion used Sand Toss, while Endless Forest used a Disperse Powder. If the opponent had any buffs, the Disperse Powder would get rid of them, and if they didn't, then the Disperse Powder would reduce their speed. The two scattered materials intersected in mid-air and continued toward their targets, neither affecting the other. Because they were close to each other and were both attacking, neither had time to dodge, and they were both struck at the same time. Steamed Bun Invasion's movements instantly became slower, and Endless Forest had been a little late in turning his camera, so the sand toss reached his face. His field of view turned black. Being blind didn't mean that you couldn't move, so Zhang Wei immediately had Endless Forest to jump backward. The blind effect from sand toss didn't last very long, while the effects of Disperse Powder would last a solid 10 seconds. After the blind wore off, he would still have plenty of time to counterattack. Zhang Wei hopped backwards in darkness, but while doing so suddenly felt like his character had been hit by something. After seeing the status effect appear, he was startled. Wasn't this the lowered speed effect caused by Disperse Powder? Tooth for tooth. Zhang Wei immediately knew that Steamed Bun had used this skill before his Disperse Powder, which allowed him to secretly learn the Disperse Powder skill. But as to why Steamed Bun activated Tooth for Tooth, Zhang Wei couldn't understand at all. Even though the events had already passed and Disperse Powder had been stealthily learned, Zhang Wei still couldn't understand why he would make such a move. Using such a powerful attack and then a Disperse Powder just pulled their speeds to the same level, he hadn't established any sort of advantage. While he was confused, the blind wore off and his vision recovered, only for him to see Steamed Bun Invasion charging toward him. There was still a large distance between them. How would Zhang Wei let himself be attacked so easily? He saw Steamed Bun Invasion raise his hand in preparation to throw something, and he was prepared to dodge, but he quickly saw that the direction in which he had raised his hand was simply too far off target. What direction is that? Zhang Wei turned his camera to see where Steamed Bun Invasion had thrown that mist poison needle, and then suddenly there was a clunk at the back of his head. He was hit by a brick, knocked dizzy. Brick? Where'd it come from? Zhang Wei didn't know, but he had been blind for a moment, so Steamed Bun Invasion must have used that time to find the right angle to pull it out. But Steamed Bun Invasion, of course, wouldn't run around behind him to throw the brick. After all, he couldn't teleport. This brick had originally been thrown at him almost head-on. The blind on Zhang Wei had worn off, but while he had still been fuzzy, Steamed Bun had come up with a diversion. That mist poison needle caused Zhang Wei to turn his camera so he didn't see the brick and left the back of his head wide open. This. What kind of strategy was this? He'd never heard of such a thing before. Zhang Wei was utterly baffled, and in that tooth-for-tooth exchange, what was with that Disperse Powder? He understood that even less. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1144, Chapter 1144. A hurried core translator. Namyami editor. Namyami. Zhang Wei couldn't grasp Steamed Bun's train of thought. At this moment, His endless forest was in a dizzy state. No glory player would miss this kind of opportunity to attack. Steamed Bun Invasion stepped forward. He gripped Endless Forest's neck with a strangle and let loose punches and kicks. Witches had far better close combat capabilities compared to elementalists. Enhancing the broom with magic dust had once been a popular playstyle. However, for defense, besides battle mages, who could activate magic shield to forcefully take a burst of damage, mages were quite frail. After a strangle combo along with the previous tyrannical chain punch, Endless Forest's health had dropped by 20%. The opening wasn't going well. Endless Forest was able to escape from the combo and fly away with his broom. He hadn't been able to find an opening to launch a counterattack, so he planned on resetting back to neutral and starting over. However, this map had a vast, empty horizon. Endless Forest could only pull a bit of distance between them. He wasn't able to actually hide anywhere. While in the air, Zhang Wei had his character look back and saw Steamed Bun Invasion chasing closely after him. He could see all sorts of openings to attack and felt an unbearable urge to act. Could it be some sort of weird trick again? Zhang Wei carefully analyzed the situation and repeatedly reassured himself. Endless Forest leaped in the air and swept with his broom, using a witch's unique way of attacking to strike Steamed Bun Invasion. Then he saw Steamed Bun Invasion turn around and immediately run away. Zhang Wei was puzzled. He was truly at a loss. What is going on? As soon as I turned around to attack, he ran away. What is he thinking? He can't be thinking of chasing me from behind and hoping that I stand still for him to attack me, right? While still in a daze, he suddenly noticed an object flying towards him in his field of vision. Another one. This time, Zhang Wei was prepared. Endless Forest swept his broom in the air and twisted his body to dodge the brick. How dangerous! It was a very normal attack, but Zhang Wei could feel cold sweat running down his back. He had lost focus for just an instant again. A little bit closer and that brick would have hit. When fighting against this Steamed Bun, it's really hard to concentrate. During this time, Steamed Bun raised his hand again. Zhang Wei didn't even think about what Steamed Bun might be doing. He immediately had Endless Forest sweep his broom again to dodge. A poison needle flitted by. Brawlers had quite a few mid-range attacks. After this poison needle, Steamed Bun Invasion raised his hand once more. You're going to keep going. What's the point? Zhang Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had his Endless Forest sweep his broom in the air another time. Huh, I didn't move. Zhang Wei blanked out. He immediately realized what had happened and wanted to cry. Trying to react now was too late. A Molotov cocktail smashed into Endless Forest, setting him ablaze. Endless Forest turned into a giant fireball and crashed towards the ground. Ha 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 ha, witches can only sweep their brooms 6 times. You don't even understand that. What a noob. Steamed Bun even typed some trash talk in the chat. Zhang Wei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Pro players made mistakes. Sometimes, those mistakes were low-level ones. For example, he had forgotten to count how many sweeps he had left, which was indeed a beginner mistake. As the saying goes, a man is prone to stumbling when walking, and a horse is prone to stumbling when galloping. In any case, the word noob shouldn't be used to describe a pro player, let alone one that had fought in the pro scene for 8 years. He was undoubtedly a veteran that had stood the test of time. Zhang Wei was furious. Unfortunately, Endless Forest's current fireball appearance was truly a manifestation of his mistake. On the ground, Steamed Bun was already waiting for him with a sand toss ready in his hands. Zhang Wei didn't even need to think to dodge. Endless Forest twisted his body, turning his head at the same time. Suddenly, a brick hit him. Zhang Wei was about to go crazy. A sand toss to force him to turn his head and then a brick. What a shallow and outdated move. Who does that anymore? But the guy in front of him was happily using it with gusto. That previous poison needle had been the same principle. Was this guy treating this pro match like the in-game arena? Zhang Wei would occasionally go there to have some fun, and quite a few outdated moves in the pro scene were used a lot among normal players like Steamed Bun's previous move. But the important part was that this shallow and outdated move had actually worked. After being put into a dizzy state, Endless Forest was given a fierce beating. His health dropped a large chunk again. And this time, Zhang Wei was bent on revenge. He wasn't going to retreat and wait for an opportunity like before. He was planning on directly finding an opening and attack the other side. Even ordinary old-timers could be angry. Steamed Bun obviously wasn't able to execute a perfect combo. Not long afterwards, Zhang Wei found an opening. Endless Forest swept his broom at Steamed Bun Invasion and fiercely attacked him. Steamed Bun Invasion went on the defensive and soon found an opportunity too. He seized it and gave Endless Forest a blow or two. Bang, bang, bang. The two got into a messy scuffle. In the end, Zhang Wei was experienced. There was order to his randomness. He was constantly calculating the costs to each trade. However, like before, Zhang Wei was unable to figure out Steamed Bun. In this scuffle, he clearly had the advantage. He had almost caught up. Their health bars were nearly even now. But Steamed Bun didn't seem to have any intentions of trying anything different. He seemed as if he were content with continuing this fight in this way. What is he planning? Zhang Wei couldn't help think to himself, but he was unable to make heads or tails out of it. Their team had analyzed that when fighting Steamed Bun, he should play it by ear and act whenever he saw an opportunity, but the problem was that he couldn't find any opportunities, so how could he act on them? Whatever, let's just keep going. Zhang Wei threw caution to the wind and he kept fighting Steamed Bun in this way. And then he won just like that. You're pretty good. When Endless Forest cleaned up the last of Steamed Bun Invasion's health, Steamed Bun left these dying words. During the entire match, the two hadn't really talked with each other. Only Steamed Bun Invasion had said a few words. The first time he talked, he called Zhang Wei a noob. The second time he talked, he said Zhang Wei was good. His two remarks were polar opposites. There hadn't been any setup for this sudden turnaround. I won. The word glory jumped onto his screen. Steamed Bun Invasion had turned into a corpse on the ground. Zhang Wei was still in a daze. I won just like that. What type of match was that? Had there been any crazy technical moves? Had there been any meaningful interactions? Had there been anything noteworthy enough to reflect upon? Zhang Wei came out from his player booth. When he came down, his brows were furrowed the entire time as if he had been the loser. He couldn't help but look towards Happy. He looked at that guy, Bao Rongxing, who returned to Happy's player bench in high spirits, walking confidently and freely as if he had been the winner. What a pity, I almost won. Zhang Wei could hear Steamed Bun say to his teammates. Zhang Wei nearly tripped. What do you mean almost won? It wasn't even close. With your inability to adapt, any knowledgeable person could have foreseen that you would lose. Could it be that you couldn't see it? Even if you couldn't, the others in Happy should be able to. What about Yiziu? It was a pity. Better luck next time. Yiziu said, fuck. Yiziu was agreeing. What the heck? Had he really been in danger just before? I had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell by just a fluke. Zhang Wei was a veteran that had joined the scene in Season 3. He had witnessed the pinnacle of Yiziu's career and didn't doubt this god's capabilities. With even Yiziu agreeing with Steamed Bun's remark, Zhang Wei suddenly started to doubt himself. Nice job, a teammate said to him at this moment. It was a common encouragement from a teammate. What a close call, Zhang Wei subconsciously blurted out. How was that close? His teammate looked weirdly at him. Zhang Wei also looked weirdly at his teammate. It wasn't close. He couldn't help but look at Happy's side. Steamed Bun had already sat back down, chatting exuberantly with the person next to him. Zhang Wei couldn't hear him clearly, but it sounded like he was very proud of himself. How come the listener looked like he wanted to cry out so's though? What exactly went wrong? Zhang Wei went into deep thought. At this moment, the individual competition's third round began. 100 Blossoms Zhu Yuan versus Happy Suma Cheng. It was a confrontation between two gunners. However, Suma Cheng had become famous far earlier than Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan was also very famous right now, but this fame had always made him feel uneasy. He had originally been a normal second-year player, ready to stand up from the bench. He would do his best whenever the team needed him and strive for more opportunities. After the team dragged him from the bench, they refused to let him sit back down and even gave him the team's symbol, dazzling 100 Blossoms. Such treatment should be the dream of any pro player. Zhu Yuan had dreamt of this before too, but he would have never imagined this dream would come true. When Zhang Jiao suddenly retired, the team wasn't able to find a suitable Spitfire player, so they pushed him forward to take on the role. In the span of a single night, he became everyone's hope. He became the future of Team 100 Blossoms. He became the successor to Zhang Jiao. Before that day, no one had ever said these words to him. After that day, Zhu Yuan didn't feel happiness and joy, but fear and panic. He felt like he had been tossed into a maelstrom without anyone to guide him out of it. That season, Zhu Yuan didn't perform too well, but because of the fans' love for dazzling 100 Blossoms, he had been pushed into All-Stars. All-Star, Team Core, Ace Player. Zhu Yuan obtained what many strived for without any difficulties to the extent that he couldn't escape from these responsibilities even if he wanted to. However, Zhu Yuan knew very well that nothing here was real. That season, he had risen along with Tang Hao, who shined endlessly. Tang Hao had been Team 100 Blossom's true pillar, and he had probably been seen as a burden who occupied a toilet but didn't shit. Zhu Yuan bitterly hung on for an entire season, persevering with something he simply couldn't do. When that season ended, Zhu Yuan was at a loss for his future. He had been the core of a team for a season, but he didn't feel confident in himself in the slightest. Then Zhang Jiao returned and joined Team Tyranny, who purchased dazzling 100 Blossoms. Having lost this character, Zhu Yuan thought he would be kicked out. Who would have thought that the team would immediately look for him and discuss creating a new Spitfire for him? They would also find him a suitable partner to rebuild the team's core. This time, he wouldn't be pushed to do something beyond his abilities like last season. This time, the team truly wanted to nurture him. After a season of struggle and confusion as the core, the team still wanted him as the core. Zhu Yuan truly felt like a dream had come true. Then, Team Blue Rain's Yu Feng joined, and together they formed the new 100 Blossoms. The team didn't break their promise and created a new Spitfire, Blooming Blossoms, according to his habits and strengths. He was capable. He shouldn't be considered Zhang Jiao's substitute. Team 100 Blossoms introduced him as such. The King's Avatar Chapter 1145 Chapter 1145 Launcher vs. Spitfire 1 Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami. The 5-second countdown passed quickly. This match was undoubtedly the first highlight of today's battle. Two all-star players, two all-star characters. Although Zhu Yuan's status as an all-star was partly fueled by the emotions of 100 Blossoms fans, after one season, his ability was beginning to gain attention and recognition, and he himself steadily gained confidence. The match began, and Zhu Yuan had his Spitfire Bright Blossoms rush towards the center of the map. Blood and Blossoms. Team 100 Blossoms had wanted to recreate this duo. But it was a shame, for this world had only one Zhang Jiao and only one Sun Jiping, and therefore only one Blood and Blossoms. Recreating this pairing was 100 Blossoms' dream, or at least the blueprint that they drew out for their fans. But in reality, Zhu Yuan had his own style, and Yu Feng wasn't very much like Sun Jiping. No matter what, it would be impossible for these two to completely mimic the partnership between Zhang Jiao and Sun Yiping. But so what? The inimitable wasn't necessarily the strongest. From the start, Yu Feng hadn't been very interested in recreating their style anyway. He had come from Blue Rain, a team aiming for the championship win, because he wanted to build an era that was entirely his. He certainly wasn't here to be a copy of anyone else. During the first half of last season, they had attempted to recreate Blood and Blossoms, but 100 Blossoms' performance hadn't been very good. Afterwards, Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan made adjustments. They coordinated with one another in a more comfortable way based off their personal habits and personal styles. 100 Blossoms' immediately performance went up. Now, neither of them would become confused. They would use their own style to surpass their seniors and establish a partnership that was entirely their own. Even though the outside world still called them Blood and Blossoms, they believed that they would eventually earn a name that was entirely their own. Carrying this belief, Zhu Yuan and 100 Blossoms greeted the new season together. In the first round, they encountered Heavenly Swords, and with them one of the previous creators of Blood and Blossoms, Sun Yiping. In that match, Sun Yiping won 1 point in the individual round, and although his opponent was neither Zhu Yuan nor Yu Feng, the world still made the comparison between junior and senior. Heavenly Swords lost overall, but Sun Yiping's 1 point stood out, and later discussions painted him as if he were the victor. These sort of irresponsible remarks left Zhu Yuan feeling helpless. All he could do was focus and battle well. I must win this point beautifully. This was the goal that Zhu Yuan set for himself. He knew that the opponent he was about to face was no pushover, but the greater the difficulty, the greater the value of this point. Bright blossoms quickly reached the center of the map, and Zhu Yuan saw Dancing Rain rapidly approaching from the other side of the map. Dancing Rain was absolutely an all-star character, but after her return to the league, everyone discovered that Dancing Rain hadn't grown as much as expected of such an all-star character. For most teams, their all-star characters were the focus of their upgrades after the level cap was raised. After Happy upgraded Boundless Sea's Silver Weapon Mirror Moon to level 75, every all-star character's weapon was level 75. As for their other silver equipment, that varied between teams and depended on their conditions. But although Dancing Rain was an extremely qualified character, an all-star launcher, her current equipment was somewhat lacking. Her weapon Devouring Sun was the only silver equipment she had. It was clear that while she was in excellent era, after the level 75 update, Dancing Rain hadn't had an important place in their upgrading plans. Of course, another reason was that Excellent Era's materials gathering hadn't progressed very smoothly during that time. Now, comparing these all-stars just by their equipment, Bright Blossoms was in much better shape. This account was wearing 5 level 75 equipment, which was considered very good. In terms of characters, 100 Blossoms had the upper hand. What about player condition? Suma Cheng had gone a whole year without playing any pro matches, while Zhu Yuan had improved his technique, awareness, and temperament over the course of the past year. In terms of condition, it seemed that 100 Blossoms held the upper hand here as well. This was the analysis conducted by 100 Blossoms on Suma Cheng and Dancing Rain. Now in this confrontation, Zhu Yuan was completely confident. He didn't make any move to avoid her and prepared to meet her head-on. He might not have moved strategically, but when Suma Cheng saw Bright Blossoms, she was the one to change direction. Zhu Yuan was confident but not arrogant. Seeing Suma Cheng's careful avoidance, he didn't rush forward. The map for this battle consisted of narrow streets, and in theory it didn't really suit long-ranged classes, because there were simply too many ways to find cover from an attack. But both players were gunners here, so there wasn't any advantage to be had here. It couldn't be forgotten that this was Happy's home game. They were the ones to choose the map, and Suma Cheng was no rookie, having more experience than even Zhu Yuan. She chose this map, so she must have some plan. Her current maneuvering must be to take advantage of the special characteristics of this map. So Zhu Yuan didn't rush forward. He studied his surroundings, and after studying the paths he could take, he chose to circle around to intercept her. But right when bright blossoms changed directions, quote, a commotion arose from the audience. From their omniscient view, the audience saw the full picture of what was going on. Suma Cheng's dancing rain, after changing paths, wasn't trying to move around in a roundabout way, but instead chose to stand and wait in that position. After bright blossoms decided to circle around, dancing rain emerged again and came around behind bright blossoms. Glory wasn't Counter-Strike. There was no chance of a one-hit knockout. But in a battle between experts, the first to attack had a high chance of seizing the initiative for the entire battle. In the current situation, Suma Cheng undoubtedly had the advantage. Dancing Rain quietly crept around behind bright blossoms and began to launch an attack at his exposed back. But who would have thought, at this moment Zhu Yuan's bright blossom suddenly stopped moving and just stood there in that narrow street, as though in deep thought. The audience couldn't see anything from the projection, but on-screen, where they were displaying Bright Blossom's camera view, everyone suddenly saw that from Bright Blossom's currently slightly diagonal position, he could see both in front and behind him. Zhu Yuan hadn't neglected his back. He had made preparations for two possibilities. With this method, he hadn't really seized any opportunities, but at least he wouldn't let his opponent have an easy time. He wanted to pull this battle back to a face-to-face confrontation, which, in a way, reflected Zhu Yuan's confidence. Of course, Suma Cheng had no way of predicting all of Zhu Yuan's plans. She circled around, and as soon as she appeared, Zhu Yuan saw her out of the edge of his vision. Suma Cheng saw that Bright Blossoms was just standing there as though he had gone offline, so she didn't move to dodge or hide, and immediately fired an attack. The sneak attack didn't work, and the two were now directly throwing attacks at each other. The battle was progressing the way Zhu Yuan had hoped it would. He readjusted this focus and prepared for a good direct fight. But Bright Blossoms had barely managed to take 2 steps forward. He hadn't even fired his first shot when Dancing Rain's powerful smothering attack arrived. Zhu Yuan had no choice but to first evade the attack, but with this evasion, he immediately lost the initiative. Even a launcher's normal attacks carried an AIA effect. Not a single one was a point attack, and so all their attacks were AIA. The only difference was the extent of the area of effect. As a result, Zhu Yuan discovered that he had made a mistake. He had picked this position so that Bright Blossoms could see both sides, but it was too narrow here. When the launcher attacked here, Zhu Yuan suddenly found that he had no way of dodging this position. Zhu Yuan finally realized how disadvantageous this position was for him. For the launcher, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. It was impossible to go forward, so his only choice was to control Bright Blossoms to retreat backward, which would be a difficult task. Of the 24 classes in Glory, the launcher had the largest attack range, and Dancing Rain was an all-star character. In Excellent Era, she would often have to use a screen cannon strategy to coordinate, and so her equipment boosted her attack range even further. And now, he wanted to try to increase the distance and escape her range, but how could it be that easy? Zhu Yuan, of course, couldn't rely just on movement to escape. Under the rain of bullets, Bright Blossoms ate the damage and tossed out 2 grenades. One of the grenades instantly exploded. The screens displaying the match to the audience turned a flashing white. It was a flash bullet, and Dancing Rain was clearly affected. That flashing white screen was her current camera view. But the attacks didn't stop. In these conditions, Dancing Rain was still using her heavy cannon, spitting out dense blasts in front of her. Bright Blossom's other grenade was a smoke bullet, and the smoke was already roiling in the air. But not even the flash bullet was enough to stop Suma Cheng's attacks. Would the reduced vision caused by the smoke be an obstacle for her? It didn't seem so. Dancing Rain was engulfed in the smoke, but her footsteps didn't stop, nor did her attacks. To attack here, she didn't even need to see. Flash bullet, smoke bullet, these things became meaningless. The audience was stunned. What kind of skill did it take to be able to fight blind like this? Immediately, sound of applause rose from the audience. Of course, Zhu Yuan obviously couldn't hear. He had come into the match filled with confidence, but now he was already a little panicked. From the audience's perspective, neither of his grenades had affected Dancing Rain's attacks at all. But Zhu Yuan in game could see more clearly, and he knew that Suma Cheng's attacks had changed. The instant her vision was blocked, her attacks became even stronger, even fiercer. The area affected by her attacks instantly became even larger. In such a condition, she actually gained an even greater initiative. But Zhu Yuan wasn't prepared to lose just like this. Ever since he had built up his confidence, his playstyle had become tougher. Flash bullet, smoke bullet, these skills could be used to create a turning point, and Zhu Yuan wasn't about to let them go to waste. Suma Cheng wasn't affected by her loss of vision, so he could add some more attacks to cause trouble for her. Bright Blossoms didn't retreat and counterattack the King's Avatar Chapter 1146, Chapter 1146, Launcher vs. Spitfire 2, Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami under the pressure of Dancing Rain's relentless attacks, Zhu Yuan pushed forward instead of retreating. He had Bright Blossoms steadily advance, so he could get into a range from which he could attack her. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Yuan's current strategy would certainly lead to Bright Blossoms taking a lot of damage, and there was the possibility that he wouldn't even be able to break through Dancing Rain's attacks at all. But now, the Flash Bullet and Smoke Bullet were serving their purpose. Dancing Rain didn't stop attacking because Suma Cheng was relying on her technical skill to continue, but Zhu Yuan knew that she had no way of aiming accurately when she couldn't see. Bright Blossoms fiercely charged forward, and as expected, there were no changes in Dancing Rain's attack patterns. Suma Cheng had just increased her firepower, but since she couldn't see anything, she had no way of adjusting to Bright Blossom's change in movements. This unchanging attack pattern posed no difficulty to Zhu Yuan, for he was now a confident core player. Bright Blossoms endured the damage, and Dancing Rain finally entered his attack range. He lifted his gun and prepared to fire a freezing bullet, but just as he was about to shoot, he heard 3 sounds of cannon fire. 3 anti-tank missiles, spitting fire, had flown in front of him. Zhu Yuan was shocked. The effects of the flash bullet on Dancing Rain still hadn't faded, so how did Suma Cheng know his movements? Bright Blossoms could obviously take the damage from the anti-tank missiles, but the problem was the impact caused by the explosions would shake his character and prevent him from attacking. This was a special characteristic of gunner classes. Even for normal attacks, as long as the target was accurately hit, there would be a stun effect to the part hit. And the launcher had heavy firepower compared to the other gunner classes, so this characteristic was the most apparent out of all of them. As a result, Zhu Yuan had Bright Blossoms duck to the side. But then he heard a series of bangs. Dancing Rain had fired an artillery shell in a low arc which exploded, sending stingers flying in all directions. Seeing this attack, Zhu Yuan suddenly understood. In reality, Suma Cheng hadn't seen Bright Blossom's movements, but she understood what kind of attack she was most vulnerable to at the moment. So, she kept track of the time and took preventative measures. As it turned out, Zhu Yuan had done what she was guarding against, allowing Suma Cheng stop him with her eyes closed. "You want to continue?" The effects of the flash bullet had faded, and Suma Cheng could see bright blossoms closing in ahead, so she used aerial fire. Her character flew backwards and pulled away, and in an instant he was smothered under her attacks again. Zhu Yuan despised this narrow little road. If the map weren't like this, he wouldn't be suffering so badly right now. If the map weren't like this, Suma Cheng couldn't have crushed him with her eyes closed like that. If the map weren't like this, he wouldn't have once again fallen under Dancing Rain's suppression. In reality, a Spitfire could also similarly render an opponent helpless with their firepower, but unfortunately for him, Suma Cheng was taking full advantage of the launcher's superior range. Despite facing a Spitfire, another long-range attacker, she could still use distance to suppress him. If he charged forward, Dancing Rain would retreat back. If he tried to retreat, Dancing Rain would approach. The precision of her attacks and technique left Zhu Yuan stunned. Suma Cheng, 1 year without playing any pro matches. Even though she might not be able to immediately adjust to the tempo of high-level battles so quickly, but her personal skill had unexpectedly advanced over this past year. As a result of her skilled usage of the map, Bright Blossoms was beautifully trapped in this narrow alley, and Zhu Yuan couldn't find any opening to escape. Was this Suma Cheng? Zhu Yuan, beaten down, was puzzled. Personally, he didn't really understand Suma Cheng. He had debuted as a pro in Season 7, becoming a rookie in Team 100 Blossoms alongside Tang Hao. But because he played the same class as Zhang Jiao, he had pitifully few chances to play during that season, and he wasn't much different from an audience member. In Season 8, he was suddenly thrust into the role of the main character, and he stumbled through that season in a trance. He wasn't able to find his own bearings. How could he pay attention to anyone else? Then, by Season 9, when he became a truly stable main player, Suma Cheng wasn't among his list of opponents, so he had no reason to investigate her. What kind of player was Suma Cheng? Zhu Yuan's understanding only came from gossip. He knew that although Suma Cheng was extremely popular, many people didn't think much of her. They would say that she relied on her physical appearance, that her strength was overrated. Some people directly called her a flower vase, and some radical Excellent Era fans blamed on her the team's decline after its 3 consecutive championship victories. After all, she joined Excellent Era in Season 4, and after then, Excellent Era had never managed to win another championship. To the public, Suma Cheng was a controversial player, but what about in the pro circle? Zhu Yuan knew that, aside from some rookies who didn't know anything, no one viewed her like that. Then what about Zhu Yuan himself? Zhu Yuan was forced to admit that he was biased against Suma Cheng, and this bias didn't come from his own analysis, but was influenced by surrounding opinion. Rookies within the same team always tended to have good relationships with each other. And the year Zhu Yuan debuted, his fellow rookie was a player named Tang Hao. Given Tang Hao's personality, it wasn't hard to guess that he would have an opinion about such a controversial player. And because Zhu Yuan had the most interactions with this fellow rookie Tang Hao, his opinion of Suma Cheng was influenced by Tang Hao, so he tended not to think much of her. But at that time, they were just 2 gossiping rookies. Neither he nor Tang Hao had the status to treat Suma Cheng as an opponent. By the time the 2 of them had that status and position, Suma Cheng had run off to the Challenger League. Zhu Yuan didn't remember much of the gossip of his rookie days, but that impression from back then lingered in his heart. On the battlefield, Zhu Yuan didn't carry that mentality with him. No matter the opponent, he wouldn't underestimate them. But Suma Cheng's demonstrated skill still truly shocked him. It far surpassed his expectations of the Suma Cheng he thought he knew. Because of his bias, the Suma Cheng he thought he knew didn't have all that much skill. But now he was thoroughly suppressed by Suma Cheng. Zhu Yuan wasn't as arrogant as Tang Hao, so he quickly recognized this reality. But so what? This realization came too late. At the end of this battle, Zhu Yuan was defeated. In the individual round, Happy gained an early lead of 2-1. As this was Happy's home game, there were of course cheers and applause from the crowd. In the midst of the cheers, Sima Cheng walked out of the player booth and off stage. She was calm when facing victory, just like when facing criticism. She would always smile and not reply, because she didn't care about that. She walked off stage and returned to Happy's player area, where Yiziu stood and clapped to welcome her. Hee hee, Sima Cheng giggled, making a victory sign with her hands. Impressive, Yiziu praised. You suppressed him without leaving a single opening. You played really well. Don't you think? Sima Cheng was still smiling as she sat beside Yiziu. She would always strive for victory, but beside this person she felt that her hard work had greater meaning. All right, next is the group round, those who are going. Yiziu turned to call for those who were playing in the next round. Of course, Sima Cheng couldn't go on again, so she simply sat to the side and watched. Her smile was even brighter than it was when she had obtained victory. Happy was bright, but 100 Blossoms was lost. They had lost 2 points in the individual round, and the 1 point they had won was under strange circumstances. The opponent clearly wasn't in good condition. Yiziu and Sima Cheng already went in the individual round. No matter what, we can't lose the group round, Yu Feng said to the 2 players who would be playing with him in the group round. The 2 of them nodded determinedly, and then they looked over at Happy. In their eyes, Happy's strongest players were Yiziu and Sima Cheng. Although Fang Rui was also an all-star, he was in the midst of changing classes, and he couldn't completely adjust so quickly. If he were still a thief, 100 Blossoms would also treat him as a dangerous opponent, but as a Qi master, he was a little weaker. There was a short break between the individual and group rounds, but 100 Blossoms' 3 players were already walking toward the player booths. The large screens at the stadium displayed to the audience the players of both teams who would be playing in the group round. Team 100 Blossoms, Zhou Guangyi, Yu Feng, Zhu Xiaoping. Team Happy, Fang Rui, Mo Fan, Tang Ru. The first matchup was Fang Rui against Zhou Guangyi. Both characters had already logged on, and it was now the pre-match display segment. In their player booths, the players could see this on their screens as well. Fang Rui, this #1 thief in glory, suddenly becoming a Qi master. To be honest, Zhou Guangyi respected his courage. Zhou Guangyi was familiar with Fang Rui, as they had both debuted in Season 5. He had better opportunities at the beginning than Fang Rui did because he had been in Tyranny, and at that time, Tyranny had just toppled Excellent Era's dynasty to win the Season 4 championships and officially stand at the summit. Zhou Guangyi began in a championship team, and his future was nothing but bright. The next few seasons, Zhou Guangyi's development was smooth. Although he didn't become a star, he was continually improving, and he became a very strong player. However, while Zhou Guangyi was improving, Tyranny was declining. After Season 4, they didn't manage to fight their way to the finals again. Last season, Tyranny made huge adjustments, inviting 2 top experts Lin Jingyan and Zhang Jiao. Tyranny's plan was clear. They wanted to let these veterans at the end of their careers shine brilliantly one last time. Lin Jingyan and Zhang Jiao shone brilliantly, exciting the players, but at such a time, it was inevitable that there would be grief for some members of Tyranny. There were only so many spaces on a roster, and if a player came, that meant that another one had to go. Every player longed for a chance to play on stage, so that season, Zhou Guangyi left Tyranny sadly, the team where he had fought for 4 years. He had originally thought he could play on that team until he retired. The King's Avatar Chapter 1147 Chapter 1147 Qi Master vs. Assassin 1 Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami. The first round of the group arena between Happy and 100 Blossoms. Fang Rui, Chi Master Boundless Si Zhou Guangyi, Assassin Cold Seasons. The two had debuted the same season, so they were quite familiar with each other. It was a long-standing tradition for the rookies of each season to make a chat group and share experiences and tips with one another. As long as a player wasn't too antisocial, then they'd be able to make friends during this time. Even if they ended up in different places and positions, the days they had spent messing around together weren't forgotten easily. Fang Rui and Zhou Guangyi were by no means unfamiliar with each other, and they got along fairly well. When these players matched up with each other, it was natural for them to chat. "Old Zhou, admit your defeat. I know your assassin very well, but have you ever witnessed my Chi Master?" Fang Rui started to provoke him. "Witness your unfamiliarity with the class," Zhou Guangyi responded. "That was last week," Fang Rui said. "How about this week?" "A bit rusty in the right hand, but my left hand is very adept," Fang Rui said. "Then I hope your right hand won't be a burden for your left," Zhou Guangyi said. "Impossible. With the title of Golden Right Hand, even if my right hand is a little rusty, it far surpasses your imagination," Fang Rui said. "Let's hope so," Zhou Guangyi laughed. "In glory, the left hand used the keyboard while the right controlled the mouse. The mouse was mainly used to control an attack's trajectory and positioning. Fang Rui had the title of the Golden Right Hand due to his right hand's godly speed and precision. But unfortunately, his right hand was outstanding to the extent that his left hand couldn't keep up with the right hand's pace. All in all, playing required coordination between both hands, so without the assistance of a golden left hand to support his golden right hand, Fang Rui couldn't display his full potential. As a result, Fang Rui's left hand was always dragged his right hand back. Zhou Guangyi obviously knew about this, so "I hope your right hand won't be a burden for your left" was a fairly fierce slap to the face. The two friends continued to talk trash to each other. Soon afterwards, Zhou Guangyi's assassin reached the center of the map, but Fang Rui's boundless sea was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Guangyi wasn't surprised, because even if Fang Rui had changed to a Chi Master, he probably wouldn't drop his dirty playing. A direct confrontation was never his style. As an assassin, it was more effective to launch a sudden ambush. The passive skill that assassins received after advancing classes at level 20 was assassination. Its use was to increase the attack damage struck at the back of characters by 20%. Players already had a bonus of a 20% increase in damage for attacks hit on the back. An addition of another 20% would make it reach a shocking 40%. This was why when players were in a dungeon, regardless whether they were fighting a mob or boss, that strike on the back was always reserved for assassins. On top of this, Assassin's level 50 active awakening skill Vital Strike was an active skill. When it was activated, the assassin could pinpoint a vital point on the target, and when an attack accurately struck that vital point, the damage could reach as high as 200%. Assassination, Vital Attack, and Life-Risking Strike. Among the 24 classes, the assassin was the only class who could truly instant kill. As long as those skills were fully combined, even classes with high health like the Knight or Paladin might not be able to resist an assassin's strike. Instant killing was probably the boldest and most hot-blooded attack in Glory, but it was rare to see it in professional matches. This was because everyone would naturally watch out when they knew the assassin had such skills. In addition, Life-Risking Strike was a skill in which both sides would suffer, so it might not give their team a chance to gain the upper hand. However, throughout the course of Glory's competitive history, it wasn't as if no assassin had made such a heroic move. There was a time when such a move became extremely well known, and that one time was made through the character Zhou Guangyi was currently using. That one assassination was completely worth it, whether judging by the target killed or the result it achieved. That attack was enough to cement Cold Season's place in the annals of glory. When Zhou Guangyi and Cold Seasons transferred to Hundred Blossoms together, the fans of Tyranny even got quite emotional. In the final match of the Season 4 finals, Cold Season's life-risking strike assassinated one autumn leaf. With this strike, Tyranny was able to win the championships and end Excellent Era's dynasty. With this strike, the MVP of the final match was neither Han Wenqing nor Zhang Xinji, but the user of Cold Seasons, who was called Zhai Leng. In reality, he wasn't an extremely outstanding or special player, but such a breathtaking strike made everyone remember his name. Cold Season retired after that season, and Zhou Guangyi joined Tyranny, taking over Cold Season the Assassin. Because of how exciting the finals were, whenever people saw Cold Season, they all hoped to see another stunning life-risking strike. However, things weren't so simple in real life. Everyone's attention towards him gradually died down as they realized that the miracle wouldn't happen again. Most assassins wouldn't really use such a suicidal method as their main playstyle. In recent years, only Li Zun from Team Void would pull off such a move, but that was because Team Void was able to provide him with the right conditions. As a team who possessed the strongest Phantom Demon, they could control their targets well, while also providing buffs for Li Zun's assassin. This was why when Li Zun launched life-risking strike, his chance of succeeding was greater, and the damage he took to himself was lower. This was why he was able to utilize this move more often than others in team matches. As for Zhou Guangyi, although he had inherited the assassin who made the most stunning instant kill in the league, he wasn't someone who enjoyed pulling off an instant kill. His fighting style was similar to that of Yang Kong from Team 301 Degrees, who fought in a dominant and direct manner. In reality, it was the same for Zhai Leng because it was Team Tyranny's style. For whatever reason, the conditions just happened to give him the opportunity to execute this surprise life-rising strike. But because of how astonishing this strike was, the impressions towards his original style had been erased. Zhai Leng had originally been like Zhou Guangyi. Both of them had the same style as Team Tyranny, straightforward and direct. Cold Season rushed to the center, and as expected, Fang Rui was nowhere to be seen. If this was before, he would have been able to predict and guess Fang Rui's train of thought. However, Fang Rui had changed to a Qi master, so Zhou Guangyi had no idea how he would fight. However, considering Fang Rui's playstyle, it was too risky to wait for him to appear. Who knew how many tricks Fang Rui would set up to dupe you? Zhou Guangyi thought to himself. He decided to take the initiative. He couldn't just sit there doing nothing and wait for Fang Rui to find the perfect opening. The group arena's map size was the same as the individual competitions. The map wouldn't change from the start to the end of the match, so it would even leave behind the marks created by the players who had fought previously. The map that Happy picked this time was called Life-Seeking Path. One would only need to hear the name to know that it was a disgusting, maze-like map which was suitable for dirty playing. As a result, it wouldn't be a surprise for Fang Rui to sneakily hide somewhere as soon as the battle began. After Zhou Guangyi had Cold Season enter the tangled and complicated maze from the vast, open land, he still couldn't find any signs of boundless sea. Instead, he saw Fang Rui roar in the channel. "What's going on? I've arrived, why did you run away? Where did you run off to?" Zhou Guangyi ignored him. He wouldn't fall for such a childish trap. However, maps like Life-Seeking Path tended to make him lose his temper. It was obvious that Tyranny, the team he had been in, would never use such a disgusting map. As for Hundred Blossoms, their ace was a long-ranged Spitfire, so they also wouldn't prefer maps with too many crisscrosses. A shadow suddenly flashed before him. Only two people existed in this match, so there was no doubt that the shadow must be Boundless Sea. Zhou Guangyi trusted his eyes and was resolute about sprinting ahead. However, considering Fang Rui's dirtiness, it would be too risky if he tailed directly behind. He had to change directions to catch him off guard. Zhou Guangyi was still scouting out another direction when the shadow from before appeared again. "Fuck, there you are, making me go to so much effort to find you. Why'd you start playing dirty after transferring to 100 Blossoms?" As Fang Rui spoke, he rushed straight ahead, much to everyone's surprise. Chi bullet. Boundless Sea shot out the Chi master's lowest level skill with a lift of his hands. It was obvious that such a skill wouldn't cause Zhou Guangyi too much trouble. He dodged it easily, but he felt like there was something fishy about Boundless Sea charging straight towards him. Was there some sort of trap lying around? The match with Zhu Yuan was a lesson to learn from. One could say that he was completely oppressed by a single wave after being lured into an extremely advantageous terrain for the opponent. What about now? This place wasn't spacious. Although Chi Masters didn't have the launcher's extremely long shooting distance or strong fire power, they had reduced versions of such abilities. Was Fang Rui planning to repeat the same scene? Sky-piercing strike. As he thought, Boundless Sea leapt up while pushing his hands down in midair. An airwave shot towards Cold Season. Zhou Guangyi immediately had Cold Season dodge by jumping back. The sky-piercing strike hit the ground and shockwaves spread from the ground. One jump wasn't enough for Cold Season, so he jumped again. If he followed his usual habits and style in a match, he would have charged forward and made a counterattack before Boundless Sea had a chance to reach the ground. However, his opponent was Fang Rui. How could he possibly fight head-on? There must be other reasons. "Don't think too much. We know each other so well, let's just fight it out," Fang Rui yelled. "Oh, really? It's too narrow here, shall we pick another place?" Zhou Guangyi said. "Sure, lead the way." Fang Rui was very generous. Zhou Guangyi grew suspicious. Glory's matches had a lot of freedom. Players could chat as they fought and it wouldn't count as cheating. This was because there could be traps and tactics hidden within the conversations. For example, Zhou Guangyi believed that there must be something fishy with Fang Rui's suggestion. Although he was leading the way, he did it by jumping backwards. He would never turn his back on someone who was titled the Master of Playing Dirty and the Golden Right Hand. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1148. Chapter 1148. Chi Master vs. Assassin 2, Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, Old Joe, your distrust wounds me right in the heart. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea casually followed the other player, and he even found time to send a message in chat. With this message, not just Zhou Guangyi but every single person who had any understanding of the Glory Pro Circle was shouting in their hearts. Glory's master of playing dirty, if even you could be trusted, then nothing would be impossible in this world. Zhou Guangyi, of course, was unmoved. He didn't see any clear signs, but he had a gut feeling that Fang Rui's trickery was about to unfold. If this were in the past, Zhou Guangyi absolutely could have guessed that this guy had traps over there to lure him into, but a Chi master couldn't lay traps, so what kind of danger would be waiting for him to discover? Zhou Guangyi didn't dare slow down, so of course he didn't want to type a reply. He scrutinized the grass and trees and rocks around him as he moved. Shortly thereafter, Cold Seasons retreated all the way to the center of the map, Boundless Sea following him along all the while. "As former partners, let's have a clean and dignified fight to determine who wins," Fang Rui called out in the chat. Zhou Guangyi was speechless. What do you mean, former partners? For one, they had never been teammates before. Besides, in their personal relationship, they had always been friends and had never had any sort of conflict. They were on opposing teams, but that never affected their relationship. So what was with that former? But Zhou Guangyi was in no mood to chatter with Fang Rui. Tyranny's players might have a word or two with you in a match, but it was never their style to talk on and on. "Watch my attack, sky-piercing strike." Another message was sent to the chat, And then Boundless Sea waved his hands, but he released a fast chi bullet. How dirty! The audience all thought this, but would Zhou Guangyi be tricked? Of course not. He had known Fang Rui for many years now and had lots of experience facing him in battle. He wouldn't believe a single thing Fang Rui said in his messages and just pretended he didn't see them. A chi bullet, of course, couldn't instantly kill an opponent. But Boundless Sea directly used a chi-flowing cloud, which was a skill that caused chi to surround the user and increase the user's speed in all aspects. Next, he directly charged toward Cold Seasons. The Chi Master was a fighter subclass, so of course this class was very good at close combat, and many explosive skills were better at close range. But the problem was, Chi Masters wore cloth armor with very low physical defense, and most close-range classes were physical attackers. So, if Chi Masters wanted to stay close to an opponent and fight explosively, they needed to find a good opportunity. It was very rare to see a Chi Master shoot a Chi bullet and then just directly rush an opponent like this, especially since he was facing an assassin right now, who possessed extremely high physical attack and numerous skills that could deal explosive damage. And this assassin was in the hands of a former Tyranny player. Players from Tyranny excelled at this sort of direct fighting. Anyone who had some analytical understanding of glory all thought that Fang Rui's actions right now were illogical. An all-star level player should never be making such illogical actions, but this person was Fang Rui. Thus, the illogical immediately smelled of something suspicious. There must be some trickery here. This thought crossed the minds of everyone watching this match. They were using their advantage of being able to see the entire battlefield to try and discover the truth that was hidden behind the deceit. Everyone thought this way, and Zhou Guangyi was no exception. He was 180% sure that Fang Rui was not planning to have a face-to-face confrontation with him. So, when Boundless Sea activated Chi-Flowing Cloud, he immediately had Cold Seasons activate swift movements. An assassin sprinting with this buff would move the fastest out of all 24 classes. Even with Chi-Flowing Cloud, Boundless Sea couldn't catch up. As a result, a close combat specialist assassin was increasing his distance from the mid-range Chi Master. It seemed extremely illogical and counterintuitive, but no one thought this way. Everyone felt that Zhou Guangyi acted completely correctly, as expected of an experienced player. At this time, how could he let himself fall into Fang Rui's A? Better to first spar with him a bit. In a foot race, Boundless Sea wasn't Cold Season's opponent, but he had attacking skills. As they ran, he launched Chi Bullet after Chi Bullet, occasionally interspersed with other skills. Many of a Chi Master's skills required a cast time. It was like the mage's spellcasting, but here they called it chance. The biggest difference between this and spellcasting was that when spellcasting, a mage had to focus, so they couldn't move or make any other actions. Chi Masters were different. Their chants could be done at the same time as other actions. This characteristic was similar to a ninja's seals. They chased and fought for a while, but no trickery was revealed. But the assassin was a class that focused on explosive bursts of power, including buffs. They were powerful when used, but their effects were short-lasting. The duration of Fleet Foot was much shorter than Chi-Flowing Cloud, so after the effect wore off, Boundless Sea steadily caught up to Cold Seasons. Of course, this was also partly because Zhou Guangyi didn't want to run completely away in the first place. He just wanted to try and figure out what Fang Rui was up to. But after using up this Fleet Foot, he truly didn't discover any kind of hidden mystery. Next, give it a try. This was Zhou Guangyi's thought. These Tyranny players never liked running around in circles like this. Today, it was only because he was facing Fang Rui that he was careful and went to the effort to spend so much time wandering around. But now, Zhou Guangyi's patience had reached its limit. Cold Seasons was in front, Boundless Sea was behind using all sorts of skills to attack non-stop. But Cold Seasons suddenly stopped and spun around, riding a cold light as he flew toward his opponent, prepared to kill. Shining Cut, an attack skill that also involved the character moving at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant he had appeared next to Boundless Sea. The audience roared in excitement. This counterattack was extremely sudden, but as soon as he decided to take action, it was with such a decisive move. The assassin's momentum could change with a glance. The Shining Cut came very quickly, but Fang Rui wouldn't just waiting to be hit. If an attack like this was enough to take him down, did he have the face to stay in this profession? Boundless Sea jumped to the side. With a movement of his hands, a mass of chi sparking with electricity formed between his palms, and he forced it toward Cold Seasons. Chi Master Skill, Flash Burst. After hitting the target, it would pour chi into the target, dealing continuous damage. This skill, if used in coordination with a team seizing the target, a flash burst lasting until the end, could be extremely painful. Although this wasn't as strong as that situation, Zhou Guangyi didn't dare slow down. Cold Seasons sheathed his knife from the Shining Cut and jumped directly to Boundless Sea's side. Then Boundless Sea also turned with him. He was still holding the flash burst in his hands, pushing it in this new direction. "You're using that as a shield." Zhou Guangyi thought this. Cold Seasons instantly jumped up and then double jumped. In an instant, he was behind Fang Rui, and he straightened his legs into a diving arrow kick. Boundless Sea was still holding that flash burst. This attack was like that. As long as the right controls were being continually inputted, it could be pushed around indefinitely. Even as Cold Seasons ducked around and used that diving arrow kick, Boundless Sea's flash burst was still prepared to be sent toward him. But diving arrow also had the side effect of giving the user another jump. Regardless of whether or not the kick landed on its target, the user could borrow its power for movement. Zhou Guangyi, of course, wouldn't let Cold Seasons crash into that flash burst, so he used the force of the kick to move backward. Fang Rui finally gave up on this flash burst and pushed out a chi bullet. This low-level attack didn't cause much damage, nor did it have any particular effects, so Zhou Guangyi didn't prepare to dodge it. But this chi bullet was actually launched inaccurately. Given its trajectory, it was going to pass right by Cold Seasons without his doing anything. But the golden right hand. Fang Rui had the title of the golden right hand because of his accuracy in attack. How could he miss this attack? This guy was thinking too much. This was Zhou Guangyi's instant judgment. He hadn't planned to dodge this attack, but Fang Rui thought he would, so he aimed slightly elsewhere as a predictive attack, making the attack miss. No, it wasn't like that. The instant the chi bullet passed him, Zhou Guangyi realized it. Even if it was supposed to be a predictive attack, there was no way it should have that trajectory, and given his golden right hand, there was no way he picked the wrong position by accident. This was. It didn't have much power, but the chi bullet was a flashing white mass, and as it passed by his face, it filled Zhou Guangyi's camera with that flashing whiteness. This guy wanted to make this effect. Zhou Guangyi finally realized it, but it was too late. He couldn't see Boundless Sea's movements, only guess at them, and in the end he couldn't escape the evil claws of this master of playing dirty. This time, the golden right hand's attack was extremely accurate. Boundless Sea thrust two pointed fingers towards Cold Seasons, and the chi between his fingers was forced into Cold Seasons' body. Chi Master Level 75 Skill, Pulse Break. There were many attacks where the goal wasn't to damage the target's health, but the target's stats. Decrease vitality, decrease strength, decrease intelligence, decrease spirit. With a successful pulse break, the corresponding attribute of the target would be decreased. The pulse break that Boundless Sea used here was Break Intelligence, which decreased Cold Seasons' intelligence stat. Decreasing intelligence affected the target's magic attack, magic defense, and total mana. An assassin didn't rely on magic attacks, and the class's magic defense wasn't particularly good either. After being hit by this decreased intelligence, his magic defense became even more flimsy, and a Qi master mostly dealt magic damage. This was obviously the effect that Fang Rui wanted. After that attack finished, another immediately followed. A palm landed on Cold Season's body, a Qi blast, and the Qi was forced into Cold Season's body. There were no flashing effects, but the equipment on Cold Season's body suddenly looked like it was malfunctioning, and Cold Season's health slid down at an extreme rate. When a Qi master dealt damage, it was just that quiet and incredible. The combination of a level 75 and a level 70 effect instantly stole away a quarter of Cold Season's health. Cold Seasons was ultimately sent flying by the Qi blast, but after he got up, he saw that Fang Rui hadn't controlled Boundless Sea to chase him over here. Hurry and get up, victory still hasn't been decided. Fang Rui, filled with righteousness, continued to talk in the chat. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1149, Chapter 1149. Qi Master vs. Assassin, 3, Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, after being blasted away by the high-level skill, Cold Seasons returned to his feet with a quick recover. However, when he looked across, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea showed no sign of seizing this opportunity to pursue him. He stood steadily while the airflow created by the Qi attack's explosion stirred up the dust on the ground. He looked righteous and had the imposing manner of a grandmaster. What happened? Did his playstyle also change after switching classes? The doubt only lingered in Zhou Guangyi's mind for a second. The Qi master's design was radiant and righteous, but just then, Fang Rui had sneaked an attack when his view was blocked by the Qi bullet. How sneaky and deceitful was that? Playing dirty wasn't just a tactic, it involved many aspects, such as the technique and mentality. Fang Rui was someone whose dirty playing was tainted right to his bones core. Why didn't he seize the opportunity to launch his attacks after the high-level skill? Due to the system's judgment, it was very difficult to continue a combo after a high-level skill, but there was still a lot of opportunities for him to seize. However, Fang Rui seemed as if he were unwilling to take advantage over someone in a tough spot. Boundless Sea stood silently like a grandmaster, waiting for Cold Seasons to get up and make his move. What was strange about it? Zhou Guangyi had to wonder why. When a quarter of his health was blasted from Boundless Sea's high-level skill, he thought that Fang Rui might not be scheming. Perhaps he only wanted to use reverse psychology to make Zhou Guangyi lose focus. Now that Boundless Sea had a calm and composed manner, Zhou Guangyi couldn't help but hesitate. Boundless Sea didn't advance, but neither did Cold Seasons. There were 14 units of distance between the two. It was as if someone pressed pause. Zhou Guangyi couldn't see through Fang Rui's intentions, so he thought about letting Fang Rui make the first move. Zhou Guangyi planned and decided to counter every change by remaining unchanged. However, Fang Rui was patient like him, and Boundless Sea also did not move. The two confronted each other in such manner for 1 minute. "Why aren't you moving?" Fang Rui spoke in the chat. "Why aren't you moving?" Zhou Guangyi asked in return. "I'm waiting for you to move," Fang Rui replied. Zhou Guangyi was speechless. Why was he trash-talking with Fang Rui? "Then I'll move." His tyranny roots made his blood boil, and Zhou Guangyi decided not to overthink this. "Let's charge straight on and make this an intense fight." Cold Seasons initiated with a shining cut. The cool air cut through 9 units of distance out of the 14 units between them. Boundless Sea retreated the moment Cold Seasons was about to attack. Fang Rui was planning to flee. There was a plot after all. This thought flashed in Zhou Guangyi's mind. However, his determination was set. No matter what trap Fang Rui had prepared, he decided to fight head-on. After a shining cut, Cold Seasons split into two. He used Shadow Clone technique. the ninja's lowest level skill. The actual cold seasons teleported behind boundless sea. The dagger was about to quietly slit his throat with cut throat. However, this attack was within Fang Rui's expectations. Boundless Sea suddenly ducked down and dodged the attack. The character twisted his body around and used a back throw while he was ducked down halfway. Cold Seasons immediately jumped back and barely dodged the grab. His body then flickered and returned to Boundless Sea's side as he stabbed with his blade. A normal movement wouldn't have such a quick speed. Zhou Guangyi was currently using the assassin skill, teleporting stab. It was as if the 3-unit distance didn't exist as he flashed back to the target's side. It seemed like Boundless Sea was still recovering from his back throw. However, when Cold Season's dagger stabbed forward, Boundless Sea stretched out his hands from the grab immediately rubbed together. Countercurrent. This was the Chi Master's lowest level skill, as well as one of the airborne skill available for every class. Although it required the Chi Master to launch it by pressing his hands together, it had its strength in staying hidden. No one had expected Fang Rui to cancel his back throw much earlier on and borrowed the position where both his hands were stretched out to launch a countercurrent. This was hard to defend from. However, Zhou Guangyi was different. He knew Fang Rui very well. Although he resolved to attack proactively, he still reserved some power for defense. Teleporting stab versus countercurrent. In terms of the skill level, teleporting stab was definitely higher leveled and was faster. If this skill continued to be used, it would definitely pierce Boundless Sea first. However, this attack was unable to interrupt Boundless Sea's countercurrent. Since the launching method of countercurrent was unique and the air was already rising up, it couldn't be diffused by such an attack. This skill could be exchanged for damage, but he would be the one who was suspended into the air by countercurrent. Should he trade? Zhou Guangyi immediately made the decision. He cut down ruthlessly without backing down. The countercurrent then sent Cold Seasons flying in midair, as well as the beads of blood that trailed from his dagger. Since Zhou Guangyi was willing to make the exchange, it was obvious that he had methods to counter it. Air jump, the assassin's unique passive skill, allowed them to face airborne effects with ease. After being suspended in midair, Cold Seasons leapt back again. He jumped even higher and activated the assassin's new level 75 skill in midair. Rend. There was no need to question the damage of a level 75 skill. There were 5 new level 75 skills for the assassin: Rend, Kill, Dodge, Flash, Exterminate. The 5 skills could be used separately, but when the 5 were used in the order of Rend, Kill, Dodge, Flash, Exterminate as a combo, it would deal additional damage. After all, the assassin only pursued instant and efficient bursts. Zhou Guangyi was already starting with the Rend, which showed that he believed he had the opportunity to finish using the Rend, Kill, Dodge, Flash, Exterminate combo. No one would have thought that when he started with the Rend. Boundless Sea, who was previously on the ground, was tumbling away. Zhou Guangyi suddenly had no place to use his skill and experienced the loneliness of life. This guy, Zhou Guangyi, thought that when Fang Rui was exchanging countercurrent with his teleporting stab, he had skills which would follow up after the airborne Zhou Guangyi. He used Rend, the high-level skill, so he could have a showdown with Fang Rui. Who would have thought that, after what seemed like a wrong judgment, Fang Rui resolutely made Boundless Sea flee after the exchange? He could only use the high-level skill by slashing at the empty air. Although Cold Seasons didn't receive any attacks after being suspended in midair, Zhou Guangyi wasn't happy at all. The moment Cold Seasons reached the ground, he followed it up with another shining cut. This low-level skill had a short cooldown, so it was often used to launch a quick sneak attack by assassins. Boundless Sea suddenly turned around and fired a chi bullet. Zhou Guangyi was hasty in his pursuit, so his lack of defense caused him to be hit straight in the face. Although the damage wasn't high and it wouldn't stop his shining cut, it was satisfying to watch the chi bullet hit and explode in someone's face. Zhou Guangyi felt annoyed as he watched it explode on his screen and immediately realized something. Not good. This was just like the chi bullet from before. Fang Rui was aiming to restrict his vision. Zhou Guangyi mashed his keyboard, but he was too late. Boundless Sea almost came at the same pace as the chi bullet. When the chi bullet exploded, Boundless Sea's following attack had arrived. He jabbed with his finger for pulse break. Break intelligence. No way. Zhou Guangyi yelled in his head when he saw the pulse break take effect. After that, the chi exploded and Cold Seasons was blasted away. Boundless Sea was calm and stood straight like a grandmaster. To be blasted away twice with the same method. Zhou Guangyi didn't know whether it was because Fang Rui was too shameless or that he himself was too stupid. Cold Season stood up again and Boundless Sea remained unmoving. However, Zhou Guangyi couldn't stand idly anymore. After losing some of his health twice, almost half of his health was gone. Cold Seasons immediately rushed up and launched his attack. "Sai, why are you so hasty this time?" Fang Rui called in the chat while Boundless Sea turned and fled crazily. An idea flashed in Zhou Guangyi's mind. Fang Rui was using the cooldown method. The cooldown method was when a player attacked the opponent solely with high-level skills. However, the cooldown for the high-level skills was rather lengthy, so it couldn't be used continuously. As a result, when this tactic was used, the player would need to change positions or use any other methods to stall for time after the high-level skills was used. When the cooldown had finished for the high-level skills, they would be used again, and this process would repeat. Fang Rui was currently using the high-level skills Pulse Break and Chi Blast. The damage inflicted on the assassin, a class with low defense and low health, was very great. Judging from the two characters' situations so far, Cold Seasons could only receive 5 more of the 2 skills maximum before he would die. The cooldown method was commonly seen in the online arena, especially classes with some handy high-level skills. Some players actually relied on high-level skills to attack the opponent before running and hiding for the rest of the time. This was a method of fighting that was extremely looked down upon. However, the cooldown method was rarely seen in professional matches. One of the reasons was that the method wasn't accepted by many. The other reason was that a pro player wouldn't be helpless and struggle when dealing with high-level skills like normal players would. However, Fang Rui still managed to use the cooldown method. As the master of playing dirty, he had no qualms about using such an unaccepted and disdained method. When he was using this method, it was obvious that he wouldn't purely rely on the damage of the high-level skills. He only managed to succeed twice by launching the sneak attack at the most surprising time when the chi bullet blocked the opponent's view. He wasn't greedy at all despite succeeding with the pulse break. After the chi blast exploded, he didn't think about how he could connect it as a combo. This guy, all in all, Zhou Guangyi was pretty familiar with Fang Rui, so he could predict his intentions. Since Fang Rui had changed his class, he couldn't immediately play with ease and habit like he did with the thief for many years. Fang Rui used the cooldown method because repeating a few skills was a lot easier than having to deal with full sets of skills and combos for a different class. In addition, his unexpected dirty playing was able to make Zhou Guangyi suffer twice. "I won't let it happen a third time." Zhou Guangyi felt that he had already paid enough for this painful lesson, so he wouldn't be tricked again. After that, Fang Rui made the effort to avoid fighting, while Zhou Guangyi was also helping him calculate the skill's cooldown. He estimated when the 2 skills would finish its cooldown, then he would immediately be on guard with caution. After he had failed twice, Fang Rui was helpless. "You've seen through me." "It's a cheap trick," Zhou Guangyi said. "Hey, where did half of your health go?" Fang Rui asked. "Here's my attack." Cold Season sprinted ahead. You only have half of your health left. You think I can't handle that? Fang Rui yelled and faced him. This time it was a real showdown. In the end, Fang Rui won the king's avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 1150. Chapter 1150. As blossoms fade and fly across the sky. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Fang Rui understood Zhou Guangyi better than Zhou Guangyi did of him. After succeeding twice, Fang Rui doubted that his trick would work a third time. He had decided that he would face Zhou Guangyi in a direct confrontation to determine victory. But did that mean that he would put his dirtiness aside? Of course not. In this situation, Fang Rui suddenly facing Zhou Guangyi righteously in a direct confrontation was a dirty move. With those two previous moves, the cooldown method had deeply taken root in Zhou Guangyi's mind. When Fang Rui started playing like a great hero, Zhou Guangyi couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He was unable to fully commit to a direct fight without any second thoughts. Under these circumstances, Cold Season's health had started with about half of Boundless Sea's health. In the end, Zhou Guangyi lost. It was an inevitable outcome. Even so, when Fang Rui clashed directly with Zhou Guangyi, it hadn't been an easy victory. When Cold Seasons died, Boundless Sea had less than half of his health left. As for Zhou Guangyi, it was only when Cold Seasons fell did he realize that in that last half, Fang Rui hadn't set up any traps. However, not setting up any traps became the greatest trap. He had once again fallen for Fang Rui's trickery. Yes. Whether it was in an official match or a private conversation, Zhou Guangyi hadn't lost to Fang Rui just once or twice. It was just like this match every single time. He would always be constantly reminding himself to be careful and be wary of Fang Rui's dirtiness. But in the end, he would always fall into Fang Rui's trap and lose miserably. It wasn't that he wasn't trying. His opponent was just too crafty. Zhou Guangyi noticed that after every loss to this guy, he would always have the same thought. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Zhou Guangyi came down from the stage, he was quite calm. He simply had too much experience losing to Fang Rui, so another loss was something he could cope with. If a rookie had been in his place and lost in this way, who knew how hard the rookie would take the loss? When Zhou Guangyi returned to his team's player area, his teammates consoled him. He could only smile and express that he was fine. Now it was time for Team 100 Blossom's second player to come out, their team captain Yu Feng. Yu Feng had joined the league in Season 6. In terms of career length, he was a junior to Zhou Guangyi, but his current fame far surpassed Zhou Guangyi's. He was also Team 100 Blossom's captain and core player. Zhou Guangyi hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still warned Yu Feng, "Keep a steady heart. I understand." Yu Feng chuckled and nodded his head. He recognized Fang Rui's fame as the master of playing dirty. As a player who joined in Season 6, he had only joined a year later than Fang Rui and Zhou Guangyi, so his competitive experience didn't lose out to those two. When Yu Feng walked onto the stage, the crowd became even more fervent. This match would be a confrontation between two all-stars. The map was the same as before, Life-Seeking Path. Yu Feng was currently using what was once the former #1 Berserker, Blossoming Chaos. After receiving Blossoming Chaos, Yu Feng took back the title of #1 Berserker for his character. In recent times, Team Blue Rain had wanted to sell Brilliant Edge, the Berserker formerly used by Yu Feng, in the winter. After Yu Feng transferred, no one succeeded him, so Brilliant Edge had just been sitting there idly for half a season. However, the winter season transfer window happened to coincide with Glory's massive update, resulting in a drastic drop for the value of level 70 characters. But because of this drop in value, quite a few teams fought for it. In the end, Brilliant Edge had been sold to Team Heavenly Swords. However, Team Heavenly Sword was a unique team. Their team roster was untouchable and their characters couldn't be moved either. After Team Heavenly Swords took away Brilliant Edge, they immediately dismantled Brilliant Edge and gave the equipment to Lulen Slash. A rising berserker character was thrown away just like that. Quite a few people cried at the loss. Sometimes, compared to players, the fate of these characters made people feel even more sorrowful and helpless than the players. The berserker that Yu Feng had used for many years had been thrown in the trash, but Yu Feng wasn't affected much by it. He had fully adapted to his new berserker. Blossoming Chaos soon reached the center of the map. To no one's surprise, Boundless Sea wasn't there, so you want to try the same trick. Yu Feng thought to himself, but he didn't hesitate. Blossoming Chaos advanced forward and entered the complicated intertwining maze. Not long afterwards, Boundless Sea appeared, shooting out a chi bullet to provoke and probe Blossoming Chaos. Yu Feng had Blossoming Chaos avoid it. He didn't panic. He simply used his normal running speed to dodge and move towards Boundless Sea. The tangled and complex map was filled with twists and turns, but Blossoming Chaos's thought process was very clear. He calmly followed behind Boundless Sea. Whenever a fork appeared, he never seemed to hesitate. It was evident that Yu Feng wasn't a stranger to this map. He even had a decent tactical understanding of it. The two characters played hide and seek just like this. On the stadium's large screen, a bird's eye view of the map was displayed, showing the two characters moving around. He's trying to trap him. Yiziu lifted his head and said when he saw how the two were moving, "This punk seems to be quite familiar with this map," Wei Chen said. "His understanding and decisions are on point. Fang Rui has been forced into a corner," Yiziu said. "He's trapped." On the map, Boundless Sea's movement stopped. At this moment, he had reached the end of the map and could not continue moving forward. As for the other exits, Yu Feng had sealed them. Yu Feng had finally forced Fang Ruin into a dead end. Who would have thought that someone like you would have researched this map? Fang Rui spoke in the chat as his character turned around. Blossoming Chaos already had his greatsword out, dragging behind him. Greatswords had the highest attack out of all swords, but greatswords were also the heaviest weapons, yet many berserkers loved using them. Even though Blossoming Chaos had been remodeled when Yu Feng came, this greatsword had been preserved and had been upgraded to level 75. Burial Blossoms. This was the greatsword's name. It didn't sound like a name befitting that of a greatsword, especially since this name gave quite an unsettling feeling towards Team 100 Blossoms. However, the community was brimming with youths. No one really thought too much about it. What's more, didn't the former owner, Sun Jiping, have to give up on this weapon because of what it forbade? Burial Blossoms. Very good. Very cruel. When this weapon was created, the name automatically generated for it had once cast quite a gloomy shadow on quite a few people in Team 100 Blossoms. However, the owner of the weapon took it up and then shattered this shadow into pieces. That year, just how tyrannical had Blossoming Chaos been, brandishing that greatsword Burial Blossoms. Nowadays, the forgotten Burial Blossoms once again saw the light of day last season. In the second half of the season, it had been upgraded to level 75. It was now helping Team 100 Blossoms rise to glory again. Burial Blossoms was lifted above Blossoming Chaos's head. Yu Feng clearly didn't plan on chatting with Fang Rui. He completely ignored Fang Rui's words. Yu Feng felt like his resistance towards trash talk was quite high. Don't forget, he had come from Team Blue Rain. The Alliance's most terrifying trash talker had been his teammate, Collapsing Mountain. It was the most common move used by berserkers to initiate a fight. It was evident just how calm he was right now. As for Fang Rui, he didn't appear to be panicked after being forced into a dead end by a berserker. He observed the momentum of Collapsing Mountain and leaped backwards. Then he pushed his palms and a chi bullet shot towards Blossoming Chaos's face. Anyone who watched Fang Rui's fight with Zhou Guangyi would know that the purpose of this chi bullet wasn't to injure the opponent, but to block the opponent's line of sight. The theory was no different from the knight's shield-blind strategy. The shield-blind strategy was more precise and more difficult to figure out the timing, though. This sort of trick wasn't going to work on Yu Feng, though. Blossoming Chaos stepped to the side and the chi bullet flew past him. He pulled on his greatsword, and with a backward slash, the enormous sword frame hacked towards Boundless Sea. Fang Rui immediately activated Chi-Flowing Cloud. Boundless Sea's movement speed increased and he dodged the sword, utilizing this opportunity to move past Blossoming Chaos. Blossoming Chaos immediately switched attacks. His other hand grasped towards the nearing Boundless Sea. It was the Berserker's soul-devouring Crimson Grip. This grab skill was quite tyrannical. The blood from the hand would form a domain. The hand didn't need to directly grab the body. As long as the target was within a certain range, the target would immediately be sucked in. Sure enough, Fang Rui didn't dare let Boundless Sea keep moving forward. The greatsword burial blossoms swung to the side, forcing Boundless Sea to roll to the side. The greatsword burial blossoms chased after him. The soul-devouring Crimson Grip left hand gripped back onto the greatsword hilt and struck out with a wild blood strike. This chain of skills was practically instinctive to Yu Feng. As for Fang Rui, facing these fast-paced and precise mix-ups, his unfamiliarity with Chi masters was forced out. For every variation, Fang Rui would always be slightly slow. After several blows, his rhythm lagged a beat behind. Finally, Blossoming Chaos's attack was unable to be dodged. A scene too appalling to look at. Yi Ziu shut his eyes. He's still in the middle of changing classes. Facing a top-tier place is simply too difficult for him, Wei Chen remarked. This wild blood strike was a solid strike, and it just so happened that this attack triggered Burial Blossom's 6% chance effect. Sword light transformed into innumerable flower petals that danced in the air. Boundless Sea should have originally been sent flying by the wild blood strike, but he had unexpectedly been stopped and swept up along with these flower petals in the air. It was a forced knock-up, which had a 6% chance of triggering when burial blossoms hit a target. Blossoms fade and fly. And when the enemy was in the air, any pro player would have numerous combos in mind to execute. Launching an enemy into the air was never a disadvantage for them. The only ones with a headache would be the ones knocked into the air. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1151, Chapter 1151. Give me a buff translator. Namyami editor. Namyami gore cross. The flowery lights from burial blossoms had yet to fade away before Yu Feng made his move. The greatsword's range of movement wasn't great when Blossoming Chaos flicked his wrist, but it was enough to let out a horizontal and vertical slash. The airborne Boundless Sea was hit directly. The blood that flew out formed the perfect shape of a cross. He swung out a destruction slash, which damaged the opponent as well as lowered his defense. The Chi Master was a class with cloth armor, so they already had low defense against physical damage. After it was lowered by destruction slash even further, the following chains of attacks caused his health to fall rapidly. Was victory going to be decided so easily with just one attack? Yu Feng was completely focused as he attacked. His opponent was an all-star, so he couldn't leave any openings. Combos didn't work just by releasing skills in a certain order. It required him to adapt depending on the situation. The terrain, distance, opponent's class, and opponent's reaction were all factors that would influence what skill to choose and the timing. Glory was able to continue for many years without losing popularity because of its complexity and infinite variations. Yu Feng was currently making extremely precise judgments for every attack, and all of them were on point. The Berserker's flawless combo made Boundless Sea tumble and struggle in mid-air. Yu Feng's Berserker wasn't as wild and bold as Sun Jiping's, but he was more precise and meticulous. Both of them had their own strengths. so debates on who was better was only because everyone saw them in their own lights. The combo was able to cut down a majority of the half of the life he had remaining. What he had left was only a bit over 10%, so he was only a step away from entering red blood mode. Bosses would release high-level skills when their health dropped to red blood, but this was only a signal of danger for players. Fortunately, Yu Feng's combo was at the point where it couldn't be broken. With some health remaining, Fang Rui could still make some sort of counterattack, right? The crowd in the stadium felt nervous for Fang Rui. If he was defeated by Yu Feng in such manner, then the advantage of winning with half of his health left against Zhou Guangyi would have gone to waste. On the other hand, the spirits of the Team 100 Blossoms players rose. This was what it meant to be captain. This was the moment when the core raised their team's spirits. Go captain! Although Yu Feng couldn't hear it, a few rookies still yelled out nonetheless. Even though the noise from the home crowd drowned them out, the rookies weren't discouraged. Yu Feng's performance was able to stir up everyone in 100 Blossoms. Fang Rui isn't going to lose like this, right? Yiziu said regretfully. As one rose, another would fall. While 100 Blossoms' morale was boosted by Yu Feng, Happy's morale was shaken because they had lost the advantage gained at the start. It won't happen. It definitely won't happen. Chen Gu shook her head. Even though she wasn't familiar with Fang Rui and barely knew much about him, she chose to firmly believe in him on the basis of her hope. The combo's been broken. Chen Gu spoke. Yiziu smiled bitterly. The combo indeed stopped, but that didn't mean that his attacks would rest. This was only the system's call, but judging from when the combos stopped, the distance between the characters, and that Yu Feng could still go up and make 2 or 3 attacks if he wanted to increase the number of combos, Yiziu knew that the combo had stopped because Yu Feng had wanted to. It was obvious that Yu Feng wasn't aiming for a higher combo count, but rather to win the match. Yu Feng didn't continue his combo because he obviously believed that he had the chance to finish off Boundless Sea. As a qualified captain and ace, what Yu Feng thought about was no longer his personal victory, but how he could increase his team's chance of winning through his fight. This was why during the time he played, he needed to boost the whole team's morale to the maximum. Blossoming Chaos lifted his sword with both his hands. How was he planning to attack? Frankly speaking, even Yiziu couldn't tell. Boundless Sea was already falling down to the ground, so everyone was paying attention to how Fang Rui would respond. However, Yiziu was watching Blossoming Chaos instead because he knew Yu Feng wasn't finished with his attacks. Although raising his sword into the air would save some time if he used Crimson Storm, but using such a high-level skill straight away wasn't guaranteed to connect. Boundless Sea naturally used Quick Recover when he reached the ground, but when he made contact with the ground and rolled, he advanced forward instead of retreating, moving closer to Blossoming Chaos's location. Everyone was stupefied. He had finally broken out of the combo, but wouldn't rolling towards Yu Feng be the same as crashing himself into the blade of his opponent? However, just before he finished his roll, Boundless Sea lifted his hands and attacked. Chi Bullet. This was aimed straight at Blossoming Chaos's face. Oh! Everyone made a sound of understanding in sync. One could see how engraved Fang Rui's 2 performances against Zhou Guangyi last round was in people's minds. Now that they saw Boundless Sea send out a Chi Bullet by surprise, they immediately thought of Pulse, Break Intelligence, Qigong Blast, right? Everyone in the stadium became excited, too naive. Yu Feng was very calm, but he couldn't help but to ridicule. After using the same trick twice on Zhou Guangyi, you still think it'll work on me? Fang Rui, you're underestimating me. Too bad for you, I've already predicted that you would do this because you don't have any other choice. With a Chi Master, you aren't familiar enough with the class to fight at such a high level. Go back and practice. Yu Feng still managed to type up something at such a critical moment. People had to wonder if players who originated from Blue Rain all shared a certain trait. Chi Bullet. Blossoming Chaos was about to use his high-level skill. His body leaned forward so he could summon up power. By lowering himself, he completely dodged the Chi Bullet, and his sight wasn't blocked. He clearly saw Boundless Sea's action. He braced up his arms. This was reinforced iron bones, the striker's low-level pre-advancement skill. A good plan. Yu Feng couldn't help but praise in his mind. It seemed that Fang Rui didn't expect for the same trick to work thrice, so he added another small trick this time. He already knew that he couldn't win, so Fang Rui only wanted to take away some of Blossoming Chaos's health. This was why right when the Chi Bullet was sent out to block Yu Feng's sight, he activated Reinforced Iron Bones. Reinforced Iron Bones increased the user's defense and gave the user super armor. Fang Rui knew that Boundless Sea didn't have much health left, so he charged forward boldly. If he fought Blossoming Chaos straight on, then he would be taken down. So this was why Reinforced Iron Bones became the core of his surprise attack. This skill allowed him to take a surprising amount of damage from his opponent, which naturally gave him the opportunity to deal a satisfying amount of damage. Unfortunately, I've seen it. How could I give you this opportunity? If he activated Reinforced Iron Bones, Crimson Storm by itself couldn't create an instant kill, but Blossoming Chaos let out a roar as he leaned forward. His eyes and the skin immediately turned blood red. The Berserk's cooldown was finished, so Yu Feng chose to activate it at this time. With this buff, instant killing Boundless Sea with Crimson Storm wouldn't be a problem. Fang Rui obviously realized that his trick was seen through, but he had already reached the point of no return. Crimson Storm's attack range was pretty big, and since Boundless Sea was already this close, it was impossible for him to escape from the attack. He could only charge ahead. However, facing an instant kill attack, would he still have the chance to deal any damage? Not many people could understand the current situation. The crowd became excited and believed that Fang Rui was about to succeed again with a Pulse Break and Qigong Blast combo, which will send the opponent flying away. Pulse Break. How much damage would it make? Yu Feng thought to himself as the bloody burial blossom struck down, filling the sky with a bloody aura. Boundless Sea, who was situated in it, started to lose health, but the height of the attack had yet to come. The stadium became quiet. Everyone could see that Boundless Sea was truly on the defensive now. However, Boundless Sea continued to sprint ahead at nearly zero health. Would he make it in time? Everyone in the stadium felt nervous for Fang Rui. Even a pro player with the most accurate calculations couldn't predict whether Boundless Sea could damage Blossoming Chaos. Within the boiling, bloody air, Boundless Sea's right hand managed to touch Blossoming Chaos. He ran out of time. Everyone sighed. Boundless Sea's health had fallen to zero. However, at this moment, it was as if a strong blast of Qi poured into Blossoming Chaos's vest as it rustled in the air. Qigong Blast. Boundless Sea's health hit zero, but the damage was dealt. Qigong Blast. He went straight for the Qigong Blast. Fang Rui didn't use Pulse Break to increase its damage. Yu Feng's face turned uglier. However, it was only damage from a high-level skill. Even though it wasn't perfect, it was still acceptable. Soon after that, Blossoming Chaos' health slid down, but it was greater than he had expected. 1/5. The Qigong Blast actually took out a fifth of his health. It was even stronger than his Crimson Storm, a Berserk buffed 1/2. Wait, Berserk. Yu Feng suddenly realized something. At this moment, he saw that Fang Rui had replied to his message. You too. Go back and practice. What Yu Feng meant was that Fang Rui's Qi Master wasn't up to his level. However, Fang Rui said you too. Yu Feng realized that he had still fallen for his trap. Berserk buffed all of his offensive capabilities, but it also drastically weakened his defensive capabilities. Fang Rui used reinforced iron bones to trick him into using Berserk. He didn't use Pulse Break, because Berserk had given him enough of a boost to Qigong Blast. This was why when Qigong Blast was used, along with the weakening of Blossoming KO's defense from being in Berserk mode, he was able to take away a fifth of his health. Although Yu Feng won this match, he suffered a crushing defeat in the last moment. A skill he activated himself had helped his opponent. He's truly dirty. Yu Feng Side the King's Avatar Chapter 1150-1153 Chapter 1152 Rules Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Fang Rui left the stage, and as he walked back to Happy's player area, he waved and greeted the crowd. The last bit against Yu Feng was the most interesting part of Fang Rui's performance, but it was high level in terms of technical content. Without the commentary, the live crowd had trouble understanding it, so they would need to go back to fully appreciate it. But no matter what, to defeat one of the 100 Blossoms players and then take down a fifth of the health of the captain and core player, Fang Rui had performed admirably. As the home crowd, of course, they had to show their support with their applause. In Happy's player area, Mo Fan silently stood up, and without saying anything to his teammates, he headed down toward the stage. Fang Rui was still interacting with the crowd, and all of their attention was on him, so not many noticed Mo Fan. It seemed that Fang Rui didn't notice him either, but when they passed each other, he simply said to him rather abruptly, "Play well." Mo Fan paused in his step and turned his head back to look, but Fang Rui didn't stop, nor did he look at him. He was striking poses for the crowd to take pictures of him. Mo Fan continued to quietly walk on stage and entered the player booth. The third battle of the group round. Happy's Mo Fan playing Deception versus 100 Blossoms Yu Feng playing Blossoming Chaos. One was a rookie, one was an all-star level god. On paper, there was an extremely clear disparity in this matchup. This battle was like the first battle of the individual competition, but now the situation was reversed. This time, it was Happy's player stepping on stage for the first time, against a first-string god in the professional circle. Mo Fan hadn't appeared in the opening round. Learning from what had happened in the individual competition, the judge was somewhat anxious and made a special visit to check on the status of this Happy rookie. But all he found was that this player's face was as still as water. Poor thing, he was so nervous that his facial expression was frozen stiff. The judge sighed in his heart. "No need to be nervous, just treat this as a normal game," the judge said to him warmly. He sympathized greatly with rookies. But the rookie only glanced at him. Without saying anything, he entered the player booth with that frozen expression. "He didn't hear me speak." "But that's not right," he looked at me. "He did hear me speak." Then what kind of reaction was that? The judge was at a loss. But this wasn't his responsibility, it was just his own good intentions. Doing this was enough, so he didn't pay any more attention and went back to the judging area to check the confirmation status of both competitors. That rookie wouldn't be like the last one, would he? Entering the player booth and then not doing anything. But the judge saw that both competitors had confirmed they were ready. The rookie's actions were decisive. The judge checked the time and it was about time, so he allowed the new battle to begin. The map was the same as before, but Mo Fan was new to the professional scene. Even if he often played in the in-game arena, he hadn't professionally analyzed these maps like most pro players did. And Yu Feng, on the other hand, had already demonstrated in the previous battle that he was no stranger to this map. No matter which way you looked at it, the victory in this round seemed like it was already determined. Even the applause from the crowd was rather subdued, as though not wanting to give the rookie too much pressure. There were no shouts of "you must win" or anything like that. The two characters entered the map. Yu Feng's Blossoming Chaos directly charged toward the center, while Mo Fan's Deception began moving along a roundabout path. The four Nightwalker subclasses very rarely battled head-on, so Yu Feng was unsurprised when he arrived at the center of the map without seeing deception. He really was quite familiar with this map. He didn't even have to look around to determine the positions from which the opponent might launch a sneak attack. Yu Feng stared at these positions. At this time, Mo Fan's deception had already arrived and was hiding at one of these positions, staring at Yu Feng's blossoming chaos. Neither side moved. The battle was at a standstill. For glory competitions, whether or not to introduce a time limit had always been a source of controversy. With a time limit, playstyles would become more utilitarian, and the battles would become more uninteresting and ugly to watch. But without a time limit, there would be patient stalemates that made the battles suffocatingly dreary, especially for the broadcast. These tactics wasted time with nothing happening, and it drove them crazy. Right now, for example, neither Yu Feng nor Mo Fan took the initiative to attack. They were both waiting for the other to expose an opening they could exploit. This sort of tense, anticipatory atmosphere sounded like it carried a lot of feeling, but when watching, it looked like a frozen image. The players were testing each other's patience, but they were also testing the patience of the crowd. If everyone had enough patience, would this scene just drag on forever? Part of the reason why this situation could come about was because of how glory maps were designed. The maps they used for battles were extremely vast, increasing the number of options available in battle and increasing this sort of hiding and testing patience. How to solve this? People had pondered this for several seasons now, but no satisfactory solution had been reached. But they had to solve this problem. Otherwise, it could really happen that neither side attacked and instead just stared at each other for an hour. In the end, the alliance gave the power to the judge. If such a situation came up in battle, they could make a ruling. Yu Feng was of course familiar with all of the rules of competition. He didn't move. Mo Fan was now a pro player, and of course he understood the rules, but he had never experienced the rules. He didn't move either. Thus, soon there was an announcement in the battle system. It was from the judge. After this long standoff, the judge declared that Mo Fan would be given a yellow card for wasting time in battle. Even though Yu Feng hadn't moved either, he had directly approached and was out in the open, while Mo Fan's intent while hiding was obvious. In these conditions, the one who would be given a warning was Mo Fan. He was the one expected to take the initiative. Yu Feng was clear on this point, so he wasn't worried. He patiently waited until Mo Fan was forced by the judge to make a move. One yellow card was considered a warning. 2 yellow cards would become a red card. In football, a red card meant that the player was dismissed from the game. In glory matches, in an individual match, if a player got a red card and was expelled, victory was given by the judge to the opponent. Mo Fan had read the competition rules, and now he finally experienced the rules. After the yellow card, if he continued to maintain this situation, the second yellow card would come much sooner and he would quickly get a red card. So Yu Feng knew, after this Mo Fan must move. He focused all of his attention on his surroundings. As expected, Mo Fan moved. Deception left the place he was hiding and quietly walked, switching to another position. And then he hid himself again. He continued not to move. The judge was instantly furious. At first, he had cared about this rookie, but this rookie was trying to play this sort of clever trickery with him. Switching to a different position to hide, you think that that's enough to consider yourself as taking the initiative. Seeing that deception appeared to have no intent of attacking, the judge sent another announcement in the system. Second yellow card changed to red card, deception is disqualified. The crowd was in an uproar. Mo Fan was shocked. What, was this not allowed? The system declared Yu Feng's victory. Even Yu Feng himself was surprised. What was this rookie from Happy doing? He got a yellow card and still didn't move. Was he looking for that red card? Yu Feng had no way of knowing that Mo Fan did move, but his movement made the judge feel that this player was mocking him. The rules were not made so you could find loopholes in them like this. With the red card, Mo Fan was declared the loser, and players that earned a red card were banned from the next round of matches. Depending on the situation, there could be even more severe suspension penalties. The live crowd was speechless. They had no idea how to express their current feelings toward all of this. After all, this was a rookie playing on stage for the first time. Booing him seemed a little harsh. But being red-carded like this was equivalent to giving the opponent a perfect victory. It really made people upset. Under the conflicted eyes of the crowd, Mo Fan left the stage and headed back to the player area. Happy's players wanted to cry. This was all an issue of miscommunication. But the problem was, it was truly too difficult to communicate with this kid. They let him figure things out on his own, and it resulted in this sour outcome. Mo Fan returned to the player bench and returned to his seat. The others shot conflicted looks at each other, but no one went up to say anything. And Mo Fan, his face was finally no longer so expressionless and now revealed some hesitation. After some internal struggle, he finally opened his mouth with uncertainty. "What should I have done?" He only said this one sentence. Even the point of his speaking wasn't clear. "I'll teach you," Suma Cheng said, smiling. She stood from where she was sitting in the front row and went back to the corner next to where Mo Fan was. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Chen Guo was still in low spirits. They'd gotten off to a good start in the group competition, but now with Mo Fan's red card, they were suddenly in a bad situation. Happy's third competitor in the group round was Tang Ru. Facing this difficult situation, she was actually quite excited, but she was also now very clear about her own skill level. "I'll give it a shot." These were the words Tang Ru left as she headed to the stage. It was unlike her normal confidence, but for a rookie facing the all-star god Yu Feng at 4/5 health and then another player at full health, being able to say, "I'll give it a shot," already demonstrated remarkable courage. Tang Ru went on stage to the sound of enthusiastic applause. She was currently extremely popular, and not just among happy fans. Throughout the entire Glory Circle, many people were paying attention to this pretty female competitor. Of course, it was wrong to judge a book by its cover, but one had to admit that physical appearance was often the basis of first impressions. Being attractive was always advantageous. Another rookie, but after being played by Mo Fan, the judge was feeling much less sympathetic toward rookies. He didn't say much to Tang Ru, and after confirming that she entered the battle, he quickly declared the battle to begin. In the previous round, one scene of silence was swapped for another, and then victory was decided by a red card. This round, 23 seconds after it began, the two opponents met in the center and began to fight. Chapter 1153, Can't Back Down Even a Single Step. Translator, Namiyami Editor, Namiyami No Setup, No Probing. The two characters met in the center, made a move, and started fighting. The battle instantly reached a high point. Everyone in the crowd was caught off guard. No one had expected the fight to be so intense as soon as the two clashed. For a moment they even forgot to cheer and applaud. Berserker, Battle Mage. Two extremely offense-oriented classes. Greatsword, Spear. These two heavy weapons had sky-high physical attack. But at this moment, under the two players' high-paced playing, blossoming chaos's burial blossoms and soft mists dancing fire-flowing flame had turned into two gleams of light. The fast flashing collisions between the two weapons made it difficult for many to completely identify what skill each of them were using. Yu Feng was an all-star and a top player. He ought to be performing at a high level. However, Tang Ru was able to defend against this high-level playing. To the crowd, she was a bigger highlight. She's worthy of being a battle mage coached by Yiziu. The countless viewers watching this match all thought this. Even though there was no official statement that Tang Ru was Yiziu's student, she had been discovered by Yiziu and a battle mage that had grown beside him. Whatever the case, it was impossible to say that Yiziu was not involved. In fact, this was exactly the case. As long as Tang Ru needed it, Yiziu had passed on everything he knew about battle mages to Tang Ru. After that, he helped Tang Ru establish her own style. Tang Ru was a rookie who had no fear. In the end, her playing was so fierce and violent that many people had trouble believing that such a beautiful girl could have such a ferocious battle mage. Yiziu's battle mage had also been very fierce. If not, he wouldn't have been called the battle god. However, his fierceness differed from Tang Ru's. His fierceness couldn't be replicated by Tang Ru because for Yiziu, apart from being a battle mage, he was a master proficient with all classes. His fierceness had been built upon this solid foundation. His techniques might seem very ordinary, but in real combat, these same techniques were difficult to defend against because the opponent would discover that no matter how he or she responded to it, everything would be within Yiziu's grasp. One attack until the end, bringing about the title Battle God. It could be said that it was because Yiziu had chosen a battle mage to be his main, so one autumn leaf became the battle god. But if he had chosen a different class, the title Battle God might have belonged to a different character. Through her own style, Tang Ru attracted everyone's attention because her opponent was Yu Feng, an all-star level top player. A rookie could fight on par with a top player. How could there be anything else but praise for her? But were the two really evenly matched? The fast pace made it difficult for the viewers to clearly see the situation, but right now, Yu Feng was feeling fearful. He realized that he was being suppressed. Countless playstyles had emerged from this berserker class, from the #1 berserker player Sun Jiping to the many players now. Even among these playstyles, Yu Feng was an anomaly. His berserker was also very aggressive, but it wasn't as simple or crude as the traditional berserker. Within his wildness lay exceptional precision. It could be said that Yu Feng's berserker had founded a new style. Although it had yet to become mainstream, he was most definitely the #1 berserker right now. At the moment, Tang Ru and he were clashing with brute force to determine victory. In reality, this wasn't what Yu Feng excelled at. However, Tang Ru was a rookie, and he was Team 100 Blossom's captain and core, an all-star level top player. Yu Feng could not accept cowering against a rookie in a direct confrontation. After all, he was not someone who played dirty. As a result, he decided to confront this rookie directly. However, after clashing with her, he discovered that this rookie's fierceness surpassed his expectations. If he truly continued to fight like this, he really might just lose out of carelessness. I need to find back my rhythm. Yu Feng instantly grasped the crux of the problem. In order to protect his image and Team 100 Blossom's morale, he had decided to fight at Tang Ru's pace and beat her. But after fighting her, he realized that beating her in this way wasn't so easy. He needed to drag the match back into his pace to win. No matter what, if he truly lost, it would be the biggest blow to his image and the team's morale. Once he made his decision, Yu Feng immediately went from fighting for the initiative to going on the defense. When Dragon Tooth came at him, Yu Feng didn't have blossoming chaos dodge and counterattack. Instead, he attacked the Dragon Tooth to parry it. To his surprise, Dragon Tooth abruptly stopped and then stabbed twice into a double stab. The change had been too rapid and the spear had been too close. Yu Feng wasn't able to parry it with an attack and hastily switched to using the skill Guard. Clang, clang. Two clangs rang in quick succession. The double stab had been blocked. Blossoming chaos slid backwards. Yu Feng also jumped back too. He wanted to pull apart the distance and slow down the pace. He had retreated quite fast, but Soft Mist pressed forward even faster. It was almost as if she had been charging forward before even confirming that Dragon Tooth and double stab had connected. Phantom Dragon Teeth, Another skill followed. Soft mist flicked her wrist and her spear transformed into numerous dragon teeth. How many? Yu Feng's eyes widened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 afterimages. Phantom dragon teeth was similar to the Blade Master's shadow steps. It relied on player input to create and maintain these afterimages. The higher the number, the faster the hand speed and precision required. 8 phantom dragon teeth. A rookie could actually reach such a level, let alone trying to parry phantom dragon teeth. Using guard wouldn't work either. Yu Feng didn't want to trade his health away to attack because right now, he was trying to get back his rhythm. Therefore, his only choice was to continue retreating. These 8 afterimages let out 8 distinct streams of air, making it even more difficult to distinguish between the real and fake ones. Yu Feng could only dodge these 8 afterimages as if all of them were real. He even couldn't use his normal movements to evade them. He raised burial blossoms in the air and blossoming chaos dashed back, utilizing the Blade Master's triple slash. Triple slash wasn't a common low-level skill that could be learned by all swordsmen. The only reason Blossoming Chaos could use it was because his Burial Blossoms had a bonus skill up for triple slash. From this, it could be seen that Yu Feng truly was different from an ordinary berserker. In his skill choices, he favored this Blade Master movement skill to give his attacks more life. Through this skill, Blossoming Chaos instantly completed his movement, and all 8 dragon teeth afterimages missed. Yu Feng was wondering whether he should complete this triple slash and attack back, but he hadn't expected Tang Ru to immediately raise her spear after phantom dragon teeth, and unleash a dragon breaks the ranks to chase after Blossoming Chaos. Yu Feng turned pale with fright. He hastily slashed again to turn away, but this time, the distance was too close. With dragon breaks the ranks speed and power, even if it didn't fully connect, it still sent Blossoming Chaos into a tumble. Yu Feng immediately quick recovered. Blossoming Chaos rolled and stood up. Then he heard a crash from above the air. He looked up and saw soft mist. This time she had used a skill while airborne. The bloom of magic from dragon rises from the sea locked onto Blossoming Chaos. Hit. This time, Yu Feng wasn't able to dodge it. The dragon rises from the sea landed on Blossoming Chaos's head. Tang Ru didn't wait for soft mist to land and followed with a furious dragon strikes the heart. To the naked eye, that magic force pierced straight through. Blossoming Chaos was sent flying back. Soft mist chased after him. The chasers produced from Dragon Tooth and Sky Strike battered against Blossoming Chaos. The entire stadium was dumbfounded. The spectators saw Tang Ru heroically clash with a top player levels higher than her and were already very satisfied. People would always be more lenient towards rookies. How the match played out was more important than the outcome. Even if Tang Ru lost to Yu Feng, no one would say anything about it. It was just like how Mo Fan left the stage with 2 yellow cards turning into a red. That wasn't how someone should lose, but the crowd stopped themselves from throwing out ridicule. But right now, even someone who didn't understand glory could tell which side had the upper hand. Tang Ru was going to beat Yu Feng. After a moment of shock, the venue erupted into astonished roars. Even if Happy won in the end, there wouldn't be such a commotion. It wasn't only to drive the team's morale. The crowd had been infected by Happy's battle strength. They wouldn't look down on their determination and future. On the other hand, Team 100 Blossoms players stared stupidly at this scene. Their captain was being suppressed by a rookie. Yes, it was true. Yu Feng was both stunned and furious. He hadn't expected this rookie to be so explosive. He had retreated to try get back the pace of the match. He hadn't thought that this would be like a dam breaking. The opponent's offensive crashed towards him. Yu Feng was a mess, a complete mess. The pace had originally been one that he didn't like. He could still play with it, thought. Even if he was being slightly suppressed, who won or who lost wasn't certain. But as soon as he stepped back, the opposing side stepped forward 100 steps. Establish his own rhythm. Yu Feng didn't get the chance before his opponent overwhelmed him to the point that he couldn't even breathe. I'm going to lose. In this instant, this thought leaped into Yu Feng's mind. How could a pro player not have a clear recognition of how the match was playing out? But even if he knew, what could he do? Yu Feng did his best to defend. He was no longer looking for the rhythm that he preferred. Right now, he needed to keep up with his opponent's tempo and stabilize the situation. But I can't keep up. Yu Feng discovered that Tang Ru was even faster and fiercer than the start of the battle. And this had been brought about because he had stepped back. In front of this opponent, you can't back down even a single step. In the end, along with this understanding, blossoming chaos fell. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1154, Chapter 1154. Chinese letter, 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 translator. Namyami editor. Namyami applause. The instant blossoming chaos fell, there was no hesitation or shock. The crowd had been waiting for this moment. A rookie beating an all-star. The crowd shouldn't be never expecting this sort of outcome, but this match was different. When Yu Feng retreated, Tang Ru pressed hard, beating up blossoming chaos into a sorry state. At that moment, the confidence in their hearts blazed. They started looking forward to what should have been impossible and readied themselves to cheer and applaud when it happened. It truly did happen. Tang Ru beat Yu Feng. Soft mist spear pierced through blossoming chaos, taking away the last shred of his life. Glory, the symbol of victory, flashed onto across the screen. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. The rather unfortunate part was that this was the group arena. The winner needed to stay in the player booth and get ready for her next opponent. She couldn't come out and receive her applause. The crowd didn't care about that, though. Even if the main character wasn't there, the rest of Team Happy were there. No. Victory belonged to the individual and the team. This was Tang Ru's victory, but it was also a victory for Team Happy's. When Yu Feng came out from the stage-player booth, he looked calm, but his heart wasn't calm at all. An all-star beaten by a rookie. This might become the headlines of the news. And he served as the contrast to the news, the target to be ridiculed. Yu Feng was unwilling. If they played again, he was confident that he could beat Tang Ru. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in competition. Yu Feng walked down from the stage dimly and returned to his side's player bench. His teammates didn't know how to console him. Yu Feng was the spiritual pillar of the team. It was always him who comforted everyone else. However, he had now encountered such a defeat. What should they say? Yu Feng didn't wait for everyone to console him. After sitting down for a bit, he regained his calm. He knew that he could not panic right now. If he did, the entire team would slack because of the loss of their backbone. He had lost, but his loss didn't represent Team 100 Blossom's loss. There was still another player left for Team 100 Blossoms. Xiaoping. Yu Feng called out. Zhu Xiaoping was Team 100 Blossom's third player for the group arena. He had joined the league in Season 6. After a year on the bench, he was promoted to the main roster in Season 7. He played a summoner, a class that had never appeared before in All-Stars before. With the captain calling for him, Zhu Xiaoping immediately went over. In terms of seniority in the team, Zhu Xiaoping had been eyeing the team longer than Yu Feng. However, he respected the newly transferred captain, and he had quite the opinion often their former captain, Zhang Jiao. Zhu Xiaoping had officially appeared on the competitive stage in Season 7, the year Team 100 Blossoms made it to the finals. Even though they ended up losing to Team Tiny Herb, second place was still a great achievement. The team's morale rose, and many of them clenched their fists, ready to work even harder next year. Zhu Xiaoping was among them. However, in the next season, Zhang Jiao suddenly announced his retirement, turning Team 100 Blossoms into a complete mess. Their successor to dazzling Hundred Blossoms, Zhu Yuan, paced back and forth helplessly. Their astonishing new talent, Tang Hao, was unable to carry to the team because he was not the core. In the end, Team Hundred Blossoms failed to make it to even the playoffs. Everything had started with Zhang Jiao's sudden retirement. Zhu Xiaoping had originally been a youth filled with hope that season. Of course he would hold a grudge against Zhang Jiao. It could be said that Zhu Xiaoping was a firm Zhang Jiao opposer. When Zhang Jiao announced his return, he had been hoping that Zhang Jiao would not return. Tyranny? Zhu Xiaoping sneered. In his eyes he saw Zhang Jiao as a selfish person. The new Yu Feng seemed to be very responsible, though. He took his duties very seriously. Even if their record wasn't that good when he had first arrived, he never felt disheartened or pushed the blame onto anyone else. Zhu Xiaoping appreciated this very much, so he had always firmly supported Yu Feng. "Captain," Zhu Xiaoping walked over. "Be careful. This Tang Ru is better than we had expected." "She's a model competitive player," Yu Feng said, "but she only has half her health left," Zhu Xiaoping said. "She used her half health to take out my health," Yu Feng said. He was implying that if she could take out of his health with a half her health, she could take out all of yours with what she had left. Of course, there was no need to say that out loud. Zhu Xiaoping understood what he meant. "Got it. I'll be careful." Zhu Xiaoping wasn't displeased. Whether it was Yu Feng's professionalism or his skill, he held a high opinion of Yu Feng. "Good luck," Yu Feng said. "Thanks." Zhu Xiaoping nodded his head. Under the hopeful gazes of his teammates, he walked towards the stage. Team Hundred Blossoms versus Team Happy, the group arena deciding match began. A half-health Soft Mist versus Zhu Xiaoping's full-health Summoner, Wind Carving. Both were mages. Neither of them hesitated when the match started. They headed straight for the center and came across each other not long afterwards. By this time, Zhu Xiaoping had already summoned several beasts. Because of the limited number of skill points, summoners could not level all of their summons to max. Which skills to level depended on each player's preferences. As a result, there were countless combinations, with almost a new school of thought being created every so often. However, despite the numerous variations, they could not depart from the core design. Every new school of thought weren't solely based on a player's preferences, but also for logical reasons. Usually, there were one or two summons that has acted as the core, and the other choices were constructed around this core. From this, it could be seen that summons were usually chosen to construct a team, so it was very complicated. A part of why there were no top summoners in the league was because of the class. Whether it was tactics or play, this class was difficult to use. But for a new player, this class had its easy parts. When killing mobs, they just had to summon a bunch of monsters and then just sit there safely behind their summons while sipping tea. It sounded very simple. A class that was easy to pick up but difficult to master was quite popular. Zhu Xiaoping had been one of these people. He liked this class and had studied this class hard. He hoped that one day he could lead his own summoned army to take the throne in glory. He had worked hard for that day to come, every practice, every match. Seeing Soft Mist charge at him, Zhu Xiaoping immediately had Wind Carving arrange his summons into a formation. Zhu Xiaoping's summoner style had been popular for a long time. It was the Undying Undead Knight style. As the name implied, this style had an undead knight as the core. Undead knights had high defense, high physical attack, and high health. Its huge body gave the user a sense of safety. Zhu Xiaoping's Undead Knight style had built upon the foundations of the style, along with his own individual addition to it. This addition was the usage of an Spirit Cat. Zhu Xiaoping was a pro player. His playstyle would naturally be imitated by others. As a result, the Undead Knight and Spirit Cat style was considered as the most optimal way of using the Undead Knight. All sorts of guides had appeared on the web. However, pro players weren't pro players because they were always imitated, but because they were incapable of being surpassed. The Spirit Cat Knight's style wasn't just dependent on the Spirit Cat and Undead Knight. It also depended on the player's skill in controlling his or her summons. At this moment, in front of Zhu Xiaoping were a large, dark-armored undead knight and a slender snow-white cat as protection for the summoner. Come. Zhu Xiaoping watched Soft Mist's movements carefully and had his undead knight fight her. His undead knight held a shield in one hand, an extremely long spear in the other. He raised the spear and stabbed towards Soft Mist. The staff in his hands waved again and again. Summon after summon appeared before him. The Spirit Cat Knight's style was centered around the usage of these two summons. That didn't mean the summoner wouldn't have summon anything else. There were many summons that supported and attacked. For example, Demon World Flowers. This plant came from another world and practically no summoners would want to give up on this summon. Even though it could not move, it was extremely powerful within its attack range. It could release poisonous pollen, use its roots to attack from underground, bind the target with its vines, and its flower petals could devour the target. Demon World Flowers were never the core of a summoner playstyle, but if there was a poll, the vast majority of people would consider the Demon World Flowers as the most annoying summon to deal with. As long as it was summon brought out and the summoner stood nearby, it would bring about a whole lot of trouble. Trying to wait out the Demon World Flowers' duration was impossible. All summons could stay on the field forever as long as they did not receive damage. The only saving grace was that only one flower could be summoned at a time. Whenever Demon World Flowers were summoned, anyone would have to carefully consider whether to step into that area, especially when there were other summons rampaging there. However, Soft Mist didn't seem to notice this formation. Her footsteps didn't stop or slow down as she charged straight towards him. Sure enough, compared to our research on her, she's even more. Zhu Xiaoping had trouble finding the right words to describe Tang Ru's actions. He was in the middle of his summoned legion, safely ordering his summons to surround Soft Mist. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist released her skill. How impatient, Zhu Xiaoping sighed. His undead knight went forward with his shield to block it. No class dared to clash with Dragon breaks the ranks directly, but the undead knight had no fear. Perhaps because it was only a summoned creature that could be born again in a new world, and could be replaced with a new undead knight soon afterwards. The King's Avatar Chapter 1155-1156 Chapter 1155. Breaking Through the Legion of Summons Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami the undead knight faced Soft Mist's dragon breaks the ranks. In this situation, many would feel their hearts hurt seeing their high-level skill landing on a summon. A summoned creature could be resummoned after dying. Oftentimes, it wasn't a fatal loss for the summoner, but Tang Ru refused to retreat. The undead knight reached her, but Soft Mist didn't pause. Charge. As for the undead knight, after receiving orders from its master, even if it wasn't willing, it could only carry them out. Soft Mist's spear and the undead knight's shield collided against each other. Dragon Breaks the Ranks was a high-level battle mage skill. A single summoned creature didn't have the ability to completely negate its momentum. The undead knight wasn't sent flying, but it was pushed back, plowing 2 ditches in the ground. The spear in its hand stabbed towards Soft Mist. Soft Mist's posture was lowered and leaned to the side. The undead knight's spear missed, hitting the ground instead. Soft Mist took 1 step diagonally to circle around the undead knight. Whoosh! A flash of white flew out. The snow-white spirit cat had hidden behind the undead knight and suddenly launched a sneak attack. A summon's AI wasn't that intelligent. Zhu Xiaoping had controlled the spirit cat to make this sneak attack. This attack was silent and sudden. But to his surprise, Soft Mist's spear was actually able to parry the spirit cat's attack in time. Circles swing through the spirit cat to the side as Soft Mist continued to press forward. Neither the undead knight nor the spirit cat were her targets. She only had one target, the summoner wind carving. The spirit cat's sneak attack failing had clearly been outside of Zhu Xiaoping's expectations. Even with Yu Feng's warning, he still hadn't expected Tang Ru to be so quick and precise. Devil World flowers attacked at this moment. A vine suddenly shot out from beneath Soft Mist. However, there was always a sign before a vine attacked. Tang Ru was no longer a glory noob. She had a solid understanding of all 24 classes now. As soon as she entered the Summoned Legion's formation, the first thing she did was be on the lookout for the Devil World flowers. Just before, the Devil World flowers' roots had suddenly rustled. Tang Ru immediately knew that a vine attack was coming, so she had Tang Ru jump. Sure enough, a vine attack came. However, Soft Mist had already jumped in the air, so the vine missed, shattering heaven and earth. The level 75 battle mage skill crashed down at the center of the summons. The blazing, dancing fire flowing flame pierced through the crust of the earth and was pulled out. Soft Mist flew backwards and magic waves erupted outwards from her at the center. Anything with health inside its range would receive damage. Even though Zhu Xiaoping ordered these summons to avoid this attack, the summons failed to dodge it cleanly. The spirit-type summons with low defense were instantly killed by this powerful attack. Not good. Offstage at 100 Blossoms player bench, Yu Feng slapped his leg and stood up. What's wrong? His teammates also stood up. Yu Feng didn't say anything. He fixed his gaze on the battle. In that instant, neither side had made many mistakes. Even though a few of Zhu Xiaoping's spirit summons had died, the cooldown and mana consumption for summons were low, so a few deaths wasn't anything to worry about. Yu Feng didn't care about such losses. In that instant, what he saw was Zhu Xiaoping retreating. Facing a powerful level 75 battle mages shattering heaven and earth, retreating was a very reasonable thing to do. However, Yu Feng, who had just fought with Tang Ru, felt a bad premonition arise in his heart. In front of her, you can't back down a single step. Yu Feng had understood this after losing to Tang Ru. However, it had just been a realization. He hadn't treated it like a lesson, so he didn't tell Zhu Xiaoping. But this scene suddenly reminded Yu Feng of his previous match. That inadvertent thought floated into his mind. He suddenly felt like things weren't going to be looking good for Zhu Xiaoping soon. Zhu Xiaoping obviously wasn't thinking the same thing as Yu Feng. Of course, his wind carving should safely retreat from shattering the heaven and earth's range. He resummoned the summons that had died, moved his summons into formation, and prepared to start surrounding Soft Mist again. Undead Knight. This defender had taken a dragon breaks the ranks just before. Now he was the vanguard once again. Before shattering the heaven and earth's power fully dissipated, it stepped into its range. However, Soft Mist was even more eager than it. Before shattering the heaven and earth's effects disappeared, she dashed out towards wind carving. Damn, a pity, Zhu Xiaoping sighed. Behind Soft Mist, the demon world flowers vines had missed. The undead knight had just been a feint. Its purpose was to hide the demon world flowers' attack, so the demon world flower vines could bind her. Zhu Xiaoping didn't know if Tang Ru had noticed it or her eagerness had rescued her. In any case, she safely dodged this attack. From the current situation, wind carving seemed to be in danger. Summoners were one of the weakest classes in terms of close combat. Zhu Xiaoping didn't panic though. Wind carving waved his magic staff and disappeared. The undead knight's large body appeared before Soft Mist. Its long spear thrust towards Soft Mist. Switch. Using Switch, the user could switch places with a summon. Zhu Xiaoping utilized Wind Carving's teleport to get the undead knight to attack Soft Mist. The timing was perfect. Tang Ru continued on bravely though. Her target Wind Carving was nowhere to be seen, but the undead knight had reached it. What to do? The same as before. Fight. After dodging the undead knight's attack, she noticed that the other summons had surrounded her. Soft Mist swung her spear into a 270-degree arc, stopping the summon's advances. Then she jumped backwards and thrust her spear. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. It was a skill that required player inputs. The spear split into numerous afterimages. For a moment, it was impossible to see how many attacks were truly coming. The system helped to speed up the attack. The spear shadows formed a circular arc. The summons that tried to advance were repeatedly hit. Her spear's flowing flame effects triggered 3 times, shooting out lines of fire that instantly killed any unlucky summons in its path. The only one that could continue forward was the Undead Knight. It was because of this feature that the Undead Knight became a favored summon among summoners. But although the Undead Knight had this strength, it was also slow and sluggish. Soft Mist pushed away the other summons and jumped back to pull away from the Undead Knight. She turned around and ran, leaving the Undead Knight's spear to hit nothing but air. As for the Spirit Cat, it had suddenly thrown itself at her from out of nowhere. But this time, Soft Mist pushed it away with a falling flower palm. Utilizing her own momentum, along with the falling flower palm, the Spirit Cat was sent tumbling away. Then, Zhu Xiaoping discovered that his encirclement failed to take form. The encirclement had been completely torn apart by Soft Mist. And now, the summoner Wind Carving was fully exposed to Soft Mist. He seemed to be able to feel the heat from her fire chasers. Zhu Xiaoping suddenly started to panic. A summoner without his summons was extraordinarily weak. He had already used Switch 2, so it was on cooldown. Was there enough time to summon anything? But Wind Carving suddenly disappeared. Teleport. Wind Carving's weapon had the Elementalist skill Teleport added to it. For a summoner, this skill increased the survivability of the class. For example, right now, the completely exposed Wind Carving instantly teleported behind his lovable summons. Zhu Xiaoping was overjoyed, but he couldn't laugh yet. Soft Mist turned around and without any hesitation, her spear thrust out and transformed into a dragon towards his summons. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky had a grab effect. The attack target wasn't limited to just one either. In that instant, the summons in pursuit of Soft Mist were devoured. That tenacious Undead Knight was no exception. It was unable to resist Rising Dragon Soars the Sky's damage. All of the summons were pulled together. Not just that, the magic dragon was still roaring with Wind Carving within its range. Zhu Xiaoping had focused on getting his summons to evade it, but he had unexpectedly forgotten about himself. By the time he jumped back in panic when the dragon head arrived, it was too late. Soft Mist extended her reach, and this skill's attack range was pushed to its limit. Wind Carving was chomped by the dragon head and took the full brunt of the following magic explosion arising from Rising Dragon Soars the Sky. The battle magic engulfed Wind Carving and his summons and then dissipated. After this attack, no more summons were left on the field. Even the Undead Knight couldn't take the brunt of Dragon Breaks the Ranks and Rising Dragon Soars the Sky. The originally noisy legion of summons was instantly cleared away. The not-so-far-away Demon World flowers were still rooted there with its petals and leaves gulping up the earth. However, this summon was never the core. With no other summons around it, its effectiveness was drastically diminished. Soft Mist didn't even look at it as she turned around and charged towards the recovering Wind Carving. This time, he had no protection. This time, he had no options left. Zhu Xiaoping was in a daze. He suddenly had trouble understanding what had just transpired. What just happened? My summons were instantly destroyed. Summon again. His opponent was already too close to him. How could she give him any opportunities? Zhu Xiaoping lost the battle. Chapter 1156, Team Competition, Get Ready. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami she won again. This time, the entire crowd was truly shocked. It was impressive enough that Tang Ru had managed to fight on equal footing with Yu Feng, and they considered her win to be a fortunate accident. But now, with only half her health, Tang Ru was able to defeat the third player of 100 Blossoms. Even though Yu Feng had already lost a fifth of his health to Fang Rui's boundless sea, he still had 4/5 left. It was by no means a stretch to call this a 1v2. A mere rookie in her second ever round of competition successfully completed a 1v2, one of whom was an all-star level superstar. What was this? What was going on? The crowd was frozen for quite a while until suddenly the stadium exploded with applause, shouts, and cheers. When the results of the group arena were announced, the sound level transferred to the live broadcast spiked. The clapping echoed through every corner of the stadium. Even those Glory fans who weren't particular fans of Happy and had just come to watch the excitement realized that they might be witnessing the rise of another Glory star. Tang Ru walked out of the player booth, and she wasn't embarrassed by the sounds of the crowd going wild for her with their cheers. She lifted her hand in the air, letting everyone see her waving her clenched fist. The crowd grew even more enthusiastic. This was a truly remarkable victory for Tang Ru and for Happy. There were already people shouting spontaneous chants from the crowd. This was a true home stadium, enough to strike guilt and terror into the hearts of the opponents. The uproar continued for quite a while, so much so that the sound broadcasting system of the stadium had no way of announcing the next round of the competition. But no one needed the announcement to know that after the group arena came the crucial team competition. And right now, Happy had a strong lead on 100 Blossoms, 4-1. If they won the team competition as well, it wouldn't be a perfect victory, but it would still very much be a satisfactory victory. Especially with that performance in the group arena, which had been so exciting that it seemed to steal the spotlight from the team competition. Even the crowd was this thrilled, so of course Happy's young and old wouldn't hide the joy in their hearts. That was too beautiful. As soon as Tang Ru arrived back in the player area, Chen Guo swept her up in a hug. From the crowd members that were closer came several wolf whistles at the sight of two pretty women hugging. Some people couldn't help but make some dirty shouts. You played beautifully. Yiziu praised her as well, but they couldn't just spend all this time basking in that victory. After the group arena's conclusion, there was a relatively long break until the team competition. During this time, teams would often make adjustments or changes based on the opponent's condition or other problems that came up. So, after a short period of celebration, the team came together to discuss and prepare for the team competition. Team 100 Blossoms was doing the same thing. But it was one thing to postpone a celebration. What about an atmosphere of pressure? Were they also supposed to let themselves be happy for a moment before becoming dejected again? It was clear they could not. They had a rough start in the group arena, but Mo Fan's penalty came as a great present for them, giving them the huge advantage of 2v1. But then the opponent pulled off an incredible reversal, crushing 100 Blossom's spirits for good. What's wrong with you all? Pull yourselves together. The competition's not over yet, there's still the team competition. We can win back enough points. As the captain, Yu Feng had to raise the spirits of his teammates. But his speech didn't seem to have much effect. Although everyone acted like their morale was boosted, Yu Feng could tell that it was just to cater to his words. Their fighting spirit hadn't been ignited by this. How did this happen? Yu Feng knew that his words weren't anything special. It was something anyone could say. But he also clearly remembered his time in Team Blue Rain when they were faced with extremely disadvantageous situations. Even in the finals of Season 8, where they were losing 2.5-7 on their home field to Samsara, Captain Yu Wenzhou's few simple words were enough to lift the spirits of the entire team. The competition isn't over yet. This was the phrase that Yu Wenzhou said the most often. Now, Yu Feng had become captain as well, and what came out of his mouth was the phrase he had heard the most in his previous team. But why couldn't he achieve the same effect that Yu Wenzhou could? Yu Feng was frustrated and helpless. He had never actually experienced such a pathetic defeat before. To be defeated in a 1v2 by a rookie, where he, the captain and core player, had been playing. Was it because he himself was one of the reasons why the team's spirit was currently so low? Was that why nothing he said could make a difference? But there was no time for Yu Feng to ponder the wisdom of captaincy. He saw his teammates depressed and dispirited, yet he could do nothing to help. He could only stabilize himself first, calmly meet the upcoming challenge of the team competition, and hope that his own emotion would spread to his teammates. While the two teams made their preparations for the team competition, the crowd was still enthralled by the victory of the group arena. During this break, the crowd reviewed the exciting moments of that battle, and the screens and the holographic projections were using all sorts of techniques like freeze frames, close-ups, and slow-mos to display Tang Ru's mighty performance. The 100 Blossoms players and fans could see all this as well, and they were upset. But this was Happy's home stadium, who would care about the feelings of the visitors. This was the home field advantage. After all, the home team fans were the long-term guarantee for the box office. The players actively prepared for battle. The crowd enthusiastically reviewed the battle. And what about the media? The commentator Pan Lin was currently analyzing the match between Thunderclap and Void. But when he heard the news about the twists and turns that resulted in Tang Ru winning a 1v2 against 100 Blossoms in the group arena, he once again interrupted to switch to broadcasting this match and explaining the situation to the viewers. The esports television broadcast station received numerous calls that night. The polite ones asked which channel they could watch the match between Happy and 100 Blossoms and understood the broadcasting system. The more aggressive ones directly asked why they weren't showing the Happy versus 100 Blossoms match. The broadcasters couldn't blame Pan Lin for switching to talking about another battle. They themselves regretted their decision. But who could have predicted that Happy's match would explode with this kind of excitement? Those watching the television broadcast could only continue to be helpless. Meanwhile, the online stream of this match was skyrocketing in view count, far surpassing the other 9 matches. The online media who could release news quickly were already sending out draft news headlines about Tang Ru's performance to their respective pages. As for the newspapers and magazines that didn't release news as urgently, those reporters had already started to gracefully describe this group arena with their words. Was the upcoming team competition even important anymore? To them, it no longer seemed important. No matter the outcome of the team competition, Tang Ru's performance in the group arena was guaranteed to be tomorrow's headline. They only hoped that she wouldn't suddenly hit a low in the team competition, but even if she did, they could still use the poetic descriptor, sometimes angel, sometimes demon, to portray her. From this, it was clear that no matter what, there would be something to write about, and the reporters were all excited, bubbling with delight. It was only until the team competition was immediately about to begin, and the players were walking on stage, that the reporters finally started paying attention once again. For the team competition, Happy's roster consisted of Yiziu's unspecialized Lord Grim, Su Macheng's launcher Dancing Rain, Fang Rui's Chi Master Boundless Sea, Kaio Yifen's Ghostblade 1-inch Ash, and Nweni's Cleric Little Cold Hands, with Tang Ru's Soft Mist as the 6th person. From 100 Blossoms, there would be Yu Feng's Berserker Blossoming Chaos, Zhu Yuan's Spitfire Bright Blossoms, Zhou Guangyi's Assassin Cold Seasons, Zhu Xiaoping's Summoner Wind Carving, and Mo Chuchen's Cleric Arrogant Flowers, with Zhang Wei's Witch Endless Forest as the 6th. Happy's roster had rotated a bit from the previous rounds. The inclusion of Cleric and Wenyi was expected, of course, but aside from that, Kyo Yifan hadn't yet appeared in this match either. Steamed Bun, who played in the individual competition, and Mo Fan, who played in the group arena, were both sitting back in the player bench. For 100 Blossoms, the healer Mo Chuchen joined, but everyone else had appeared in the earlier rounds. This sort of single replacement wouldn't be considered a rotation. The two sides came on stage. After they shook hands and performed the other necessary tasks, they entered their player booths. The judge checked that both sides were ready and confirmed the match's start. The sound of the countdown echoed through the whole stadium. Finally, the team competition began. The map used was Broken River. The map was in the shape of a standard square, divided along the diagonals into 4 triangular regions. The top and bottom triangles were forests of stone, while the left and right triangles were forests of trees. The paths in both types of forests were complex and winding, while the northeast-southwest diagonal was a wide road, and the northwest-southeast diagonal was a river that was interrupted by the road at the intersection at the center of the map. The name Broken River came from this. The water in Broken River rushed rapidly, but it flowed backwards. The intersection at the center acted as the source of the water. It flowed to the northwest and southeast corners of the map. There, the Broken River became waterfalls, and they were clearly the exits of the map. If a character fell into the waterfalls there, they would be directly announced as dead and eliminated from the battle. The two teams appeared at the southwest and northeast corners. Aside from these 2 points, each of the triangular regions had a support zone. Team 100 Blossoms appeared on the upper half of the map, the northeast corner. Team Happy appeared on the lower half of the map, the southwest corner. The connecting road ran straight through the map with no obstacles. If they followed this road, the two teams would quickly appear in each other's view. Happy directly charged along the road, but 100 Blossoms chose a roundabout path, quickly hiding in the stone forest of the Northern Triangle region. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1157, Chapter 1157. From the front or from the rear. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, according to the Alliance's rules, when teams picked their home game maps, they were not allowed to use the same map twice in a season. Otherwise, if every team repeatedly used the same map, the matches would become stale. In the past 2 seasons, a new rule had been established. The following season, teams could repeat not more than half of the maps from last season. By the 3rd season, maps used twice in 2 seasons were not allowed to be used again. There were a total of 20 teams in the Alliance. Each team had 38 matches to play in a season with 19 home matches. In other words, each team had 19 chances to pick maps. In order to conform to the Alliance's rules, each team needed to practice over 10 maps. Next season, half of their maps could be repeated, so they needed to practice 5 new maps to continue following the rules. From this, it could be seen that rotating through 15 maps was enough to guarantee that a team followed the Alliance's rules each season. However, if a team only cycled through 15 maps, then after 2 seasons, their maps would be known by other teams. So most of the time, teams practiced more than the minimum of 15 maps. The maps chosen each season were quite flexible. Happy was a new team. Their rookies were blank pieces of paper. Their chosen maps were practiced from scratch, so it was impossible to predict what maps they would choose. However, Happy wasn't totally comprised of rookies. Yiziu, Suma Cheng, and Fang Rui were very experienced pro players. Each of them had maps with which they were familiar and adept with. Directly choosing familiar maps and then teaching their rookies to learn these seemed to be the simplest method. When Team 100 Blossoms prepared for this match, they had followed this line of thought to predict which maps Happy would choose. But then, it turned out that the map chosen was Broken River. let alone pro players. Even most of the crowd would be familiar with this map. This was a well-known common map in Glory. In the Glory arena, from 2v2s to 10v10s, Broken River was an extremely popular map, to the extent that many players might be unfamiliar with every map except this one. To put it bluntly, this map could be considered as home map for anyone. This type of map generally wouldn't appear in a pro match because the home game advantage came from which maps were chosen. Choosing this type of map was equivalent to giving up on this advantage. Too many people understood this logic. When this match officially started and the teams loaded into Broken River, all sorts of discussion was happening in the crowd. During the Thunderclap vs. Void broadcast, Pan Lin didn't disappoint and interjected with this piece of news. Pan Lin even chatted about Happy's choice with Li Yibo for a bit, forcing Li Yibo to chime in with his opinions on it. On stage, Thunderclap and Void were fighting intensely. Happy and 100 Blossoms were also fighting. Happy walked along the main road, while 100 Blossoms walked along the longer broken-off riverside. Since Happy didn't see 100 Blossoms on the main road, Happy knew that 100 Blossoms had taken a roundabout path. But which path did 100 Blossoms take? The crowd with the omniscient view knew, but Happy didn't know. At this moment, the assassin Cold Seasons appeared from the stone forest, but after seeing Happy, he immediately went back. The viewers had noticed that 100 Blossoms was hiding in the stone forest for an ambush, but wasn't this type of bait too low-level? However, Happy's 5 players really did just run towards where Cold Seasons appeared and then disappeared. The crowd suddenly started becoming worried. Chasing as soon as they saw someone, wasn't that something only an amateur would do? How could pros do the same? Then, they saw 100 Blossoms adjusting their positions. Pros shouldn't be like this. The viewers knew, and 100 Blossoms knew even better, so they were mainly aiming to defend against any back attacks. Happy didn't circle around behind them, but that didn't mean Happy had beaten 100 Blossoms at their own game. 100 Blossoms may be protecting themselves against any back attacks, but that didn't mean they would neglect their front side either. Their formation could instantly adapt. The viewers could see that. Everyone was too familiar with this map. 100 Blossoms preparing an ambush at this spot was a choice that covered every option. With both the front and back covered, 100 Blossoms waited for Happy to arrive. Happy reached right outside their range. Everyone in the crowd was sweating wildly in worry, but then they stopped. 100 Blossoms watched speechlessly as a goblin waddled its way over to them from the outside. Happy did not have a summoner right now, but a summon could still be sent in because Happy had an unspecialized Lord Grim. 100 Blossoms watched stupidly as this weak summon walked in alone. It obviously wasn't a threat, but a summon's bravery was laudable. As soon as it saw a target, the goblin immediately waved its club and charged at its target. The goblin even threw a rock towards its target, assassin Cold Seasons. Rock throw was the goblin's skill, but don't underestimate this simple and crude attack. It had a 20% chance of stunning the target. Just for this 20% stun chance, a battle mage or an elementalist or a witch bringing along a goblin wasn't surprising. But then again, this rock throw's speed was very slow. Hitting a target in a chaotic battle was possible, but in this current situation, if the rock hit its target out in the open without any setup, it would be very shameful. Zhou Guangyi's Cold Seasons easily dodged it. The goblin waddled over to Cold Seasons and then was killed in a few hits. Soon afterwards, another goblin walked over. 2 goblins couldn't be out at one time, but after a summon died, the summoner would receive a notification. As a result, once Cold Seasons killed off the goblin, Yiziu summoned another one which came right back in. What is he doing? In 100 Blossoms' channel, the cleric Mo Chuchen was unable to hold back. Focus, Yu Feng said. He felt like this sort of confusing trick was to distract them. That was what he thought, but he didn't say it with certainty in the channel. In reality, he was also very confused. What is he doing? When the second goblin came in, 100 Blossoms' formation didn't change. As a result, this goblin once again targeted Cold Seasons. It ran at him and then was killed after a few hits. The third goblin came in. 100 Blossoms was being driven mad, but they also understood. This goblin was sending them a message. Don't be naive. We're not going to run in. If 100 Blossoms didn't come out and Happy didn't go in, what would the result be? This question was rather difficult to answer. The tactics involved in a team competition were far more complex than the tactics involved in an individual competition. Mo Fan could quickly be sent out with 2 yellow cards into a red, but in the team competition, if a stalemate appeared, the referee would need to carefully ponder over it. Even though referees had undeniable authority in their decision, after the match, the referee's decision could be judged to see if it was reasonable, especially for a particularly difficult decision. It was a situation no referee wanted to encounter. However, the referee for this match was clear-headed, because this match wasn't in a stalemate. 3 goblins might have walked in, but Happy's other players were moving. Su Ma Cheng, Fang Rui, Kaio Yifan, and Nwenyi were circling around to the back. Yu Feng's initial judgment had been correct. This deliberately confusing move was to distract them and create a diversion. However, 100 Blossoms wouldn't be so distracted that they wouldn't notice what was happening behind them, no. They were feeling a bit restless, but their formation hadn't slackened. No matter which way they were attacked, even if it was a pincer, they would still have the advantage. At this point, Lord Grimm had summoned a total of 5 goblins now. Yiziu was also talking with the enemy team in the public chat. How many has it been so far? Yiziu asked. 5, Yu Feng replied, unable to say anything else. How many do you plan on going until? Yiziu asked. If they went out now, they might be the ones caught in the enemy formation. Team 100 Blossoms pondered over what to do. Should they go out? Happy didn't seem to dare charge in, but at the same time, if they kept up this stalemate, the referee would eventually intervene sooner or later. What would the referee rule? There was clearly an ambush lying in wait. Forcing Happy to charge in was unreasonable. However, Happy was defending the entrance. Forcing 100 Blossoms to come out wasn't reasonable either. At this moment, 100 Blossoms deeply felt the referee's troubles. Maybe he'll reset the match, Zhu Yuan said. With neither side being an easy decision, resetting the match to resolve a stalemate had occurred before. Wait for a reset, Zhou Guangyi said as he killed off the 5th goblin. He didn't like this type of stalemate. In fact, he didn't even like setting up this ambush even though he was an assassin. The final decision came down to their captain Yu Feng. As he pondered, a 6th goblin had waddled in. Everyone was already getting numb to it. I think. Zhou Guangyi was about to type out his opinion when he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. Then he saw 3 anti-tank missiles shooting towards him at a speed far faster than that waddling goblin. Zhou Guangyi didn't have time to type. He immediately rolled. The 3 anti-tank missiles exploded at where he just escaped. It wasn't until the explosion did the other 4 suddenly snap back to the battle. All of them turned to the front, looking for signs of the enemy. For a moment, they had forgotten about their responsibilities because of this sudden attack. Opportunity was just an instant. From behind 100 Blossoms, 4 of Happy's players charged in the King's Avatar Chapter 1158-1159, Chapter 1158. Pincer Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami 100 Blossoms' negligence had only been for an instant. With the continuous pointless harassment from goblins, a sudden accurate attack made every 100 Blossoms player instinctively take a look in that direction. It was simply human nature. However, this human nature became an opening in this battle. Su Ma Cheng, Fang Rui, Kaio Yifan, and Nwenyi, who had circled around behind them, started their assault. Kaio Yifan first laid down his ghost boundary. Sword boundary increased both intelligence and strength. It was an extremely powerful supportive buff for any class. Dancing Rain, Boundless Sea, and Little Cold Hands were already standing inside this sword boundary's range. Dancing Rain, who had the longest range out of them, was the first to initiate the fight. Of 100 Blossoms, 5 characters, 4 of them were completely exposed to her. A huge opening in their rear had appeared. Heat-seeking missile. A target landed where Dancing Rain pointed her finger, and a missile flew towards this target in an arc. Right when 100 Blossoms players turned back around, they suddenly saw 4 happy players pop up out of nowhere. As they turned pale with fright, the heat-seeking missile descended from the sky and crashed into the target. A mini-mushroom cloud erupted in the middle of 3 of 100 Blossoms players. It didn't directly hit any of them, but the shockwaves from the explosion was enough to make them suffer. The 3 affected players dodged, disrupting the carefully arranged ambush formation set up by Team 100 Blossoms. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots rang. As Team 100 Blossoms' ranged attacker, Zhu Yuan's Bright Blossoms counterattacked. On Happy's side, Boundless Sea's 2 hands formed a circle and then pushed out. A net of light instantly enveloped the 4 happy players in the rear. It was the Chi Master's defensive skill, Chi Guard, which absorbed all damage for its duration. Chi Guard lasted 30 seconds, but with enough damage, the Chi Guard could be broken ahead of time. It was similar to a summon. Chi Guard had its own health too. But at the moment, only Bright Blossom's attacks could reach them. A single character's DPS wouldn't be able to break through Chi Guard so easily. The others in 100 Blossoms started counterattacking too. Several summoning circles flashed, and Zhu Xiaoping summoned several creatures, which rushed out as their shields. But on Happy's side, 1-inch Ash flicked his blade and laid down an ice boundary, which restricted the movements and lowered the defense of any enemies within it. Launcher and Chi Master came out and started throwing out Aya attacks, instantly decimating the summons and rampaging onwards towards 100 Blossoms. Ghostblade, Launcher, Chi Master. These 3 classes had powerful Aya abilities. In this narrow stone forest, their attacks covered the entire area. Happy's ambush from behind had come with ample preparation, methodically utilizing the terrain. It was absolutely the result of professional practice. 100 Blossoms was caught off guard and hastily made adjustments. Trying to break through Happy's firepower directly would cost them too much. Zhou Guangyi's gaze finally landed on the sides of the stone forest. There were no lack of footholds on these stones. With the assassin's air leap, he could hop over and open up the situation with an ambush. As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Guangyi immediately had Cold Seasons jump over. Teammates had their own tacit understanding with each other. They didn't need to communicate every single of their actions. The others noticed Cold Seasons' movements and understood Zhou Guangyi's intentions. They started a full-front assault to break through in coordination with Zhou Guangyi. Right when Cold Seasons jumped towards the first foothold, Zhou Guangyi saw Blossoming Chaos type in chat. "Careful. Who are you talking to?" A thread of doubt flashed through Zhou Guangyi's mind. He looked downwards. It didn't like any of the others had encountered any dangers. Just at this moment, a cold light silently slid across Cold Season's throat. Blood splattered into the air and rained down. Cut throat. How could Zhou Guangyi not recognize this assassin skill? It wasn't until now did he realize that Yu Feng had been warning him. The only one who could have executed this move was Lord Grimm. He was able to silently approach me from behind and complete a cut throat. In this instant, Zhou Guangyi really felt like his throat had been slit. After being hit by this attack, Cold Seasons had been stopped mid-jump. However, the attacks weren't over yet. Lord Grimm didn't wait for him to turn around. Lord Grimm used Eagle Stamp, stepping on Cold Seasons as the two fell towards the ground. Yu Feng's berserker blossoming chaos was on the ground waiting. Observing how the two would land, he flew out with a collapsing mountain. Lord Grim wasn't greedy. As soon as he saw blossoming chaos leaping towards him, he utilized Eagle Stamp's momentum to shoot backwards, allowing him to just narrowly dodge blossoming chaos's blade. The others in 100 Blossoms provided ample support. Bright Blossoms fired several shots in the air. Wind Carving summoned several more creatures and commanded them to surround where Lord Grim would land. Their cleric Arrogant Flowers casted a sacred fire in the air for Lord Grim to run into. Then they saw Lord Grim pull out his sword and release a falling light blade. He switched directions in midair, evading Bright Blossom's gunshots and Arrogant Flowers' sacred fire. His sword returned to the sheath, and his myriad manifestations umbrella opened up. It didn't turn into a spear or a shield. The front umbrella ribs bunched together and formed an arc, transforming into an exorcist's sickle. This sickle swung in a circle, and a blue light floated into the air, surrounding Wind Carving's summons. Rising Emblem. Lord Grim safely landed on the ground while the summons were sent into the air. 100 Blossoms players were dumbstruck. This string of different skills had been performed with such freedom and ease. When had they ever seen such a thing before? Even if they had seen an unspecialized before, without the myriad manifestations umbrella, it was impossible to complete such a fluid chain of skills. The crowd exploded with excitement at this combo. All sorts of cheers and shrieks clamored in the venue. But for 100 Blossoms, failing to block Lord Grim was secondary. In order to intercept Lord Grim, their formation had been messed up again. On the other end, the other 4 happy players broke through an opening, and their AI attacks swallowed up Zhu Yuan's and Mo Chuchen's 2 characters. Being pincered like this was no good, but which way should they break out? As the captain, Yu Feng realized that he wasn't able to come to a firm decision. To their rear, the 4 from Happy had heavy firepower. Breaking through the rear would result in heavy losses. But to their front, Yiziu's unspecialized was all sorts of weird. Even if they had the numbers advantage, he felt like they would be unable to break free from him. That would allow the 4 from the rear to approach them and provide support for Lord Grim, leaving 100 Blossoms with even less room to maneuver. Yu Feng was hesitating. On the other hand, after Zhou Guangyi's cold seasons landed back on the ground and rolled, he directly sliced towards Lord Grim with a shining cut. As a player from Tyranny, his enmity towards Yiziu was especially natural. What's more, he was the successor to Cold Seasons, which had once instant killed Yiziu with one strike. He had also been cut throat by Yiziu as an assassin. New enmity and old enmity formed a never-ending circle. His side had 4 people and the other side had 1. It was simple math. As a result, Zhou Guangyi didn't hesitate to charge at Lord Grim. I guess that's what we're doing. Yu Feng saw Zhou Guangyi make his move already, so he stopped hesitating. Blossoming Chaos immediately opened the way with a triple slash and slashed towards Lord Grim. The 2 characters arrived at the same time, instantly forming a pincer onto Lord Grim. Lord Grim didn't seem to be in a fluster, though. He fished out something from his umbrella and threw it down towards the ground. Boom! Purple smoke spread through the air. Lord Grim had thrown a ninja tool, smoke bomb. Under the cover of the purple smoke, Yu Feng and Zhou Guangyi weren't able to find Lord Grim's whereabouts. The 2 could only have their characters wave their weapons and hope to hit him. Then, a dark shadow flew out from the purple smoke. The 2 didn't notice it due to the purple smoke. Blossoming Chaos and Cold Seasons were suddenly wrapped around by the dark shadow. The dark shadow retracted and the 2 characters were bound together. Which skill? Night Cloak. Afterwards, a hand extended out from the purple smoke and slammed into the 2 of them. With a bang, falling flower palm sent the 2 flying away back to the AI bombardment from the other 4 happy players. At the rear, Zhu Yuan and Mo Chuchen were finally able to escape from the bombardment with the help of Zhu Xiaoping's summons, but then they saw Lord Grimm slap their two teammates back to them. They couldn't break through from this side, and they couldn't break through from that side either. 100 Blossoms was suddenly in chaos. Everyone was thinking of what they should do. Flash bullet, smoke bullet. Zhu Yuan stood out. His bright blossoms threw two grenades and then let out a flurry of skills. Light layered on top of each other, producing Zhang Jiao's famous 100 Blossom style. He planned on using this light cover to let the team escape. This sort of strategy was no stranger to 100 Blossoms. Even if Yu Feng and Zhou Guangyi hadn't come from 100 Blossoms and had only been with the team for a year, when they first arrived, they had started by adapting to the core playstyle. It was only after they started gradually adjusting to their personal styles and strengths did they stop copying these former strategies. And now, Zhu Yuan had come out with 100 Blossom's signature style. The team disappeared within the light. Seizing the opportunity provided by Flash Bullet and Smoke Bullet, they pounced towards the entrance guarded by the lone Lord Grimm and got out smoothly. This scene gave all sorts of mixed feelings towards the 100 Blossoms viewers. What did this 100 Blossom style mean to Team 100 Blossoms? The fans had originally thought that the team had turned a new page, but in this crucial moment, this disdained 100 Blossom style left behind by Zhang Jiao had helped them win a chance to turn this battle around. The fans of 100 Blossoms felt a mix of emotions well up in their hearts. However, the players on stage didn't have time to think about all that. They had broken out, but Happy was chasing after them. Su Macheng's launcher and Yi Ziu's unspecialized had extremely long-ranged attacks. The Qi Master's cloud-grasping fist and the Ghost Blade's ghost boundaries could force them to stay if they weren't careful. The battle wasn't over yet. It was just a new situation laid out in front of them now. Chapter 1159. What shouldn't be here? Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, by getting out of Happy's pincer attack, 100 Blossoms had escaped from their biggest crisis. Even though they were running away, they weren't rushed or muddled, and their speed wasn't that fast either. They had no intentions of completely shrugging off Happy. Team 100 Blossoms clearly had a plan in mind. In their team's class composition, Yu Feng's Berserker and Zhou Guangyi's Assassin were close-ranged combatants. As for Happy, their unspecialized launcher and Qi Master had mid-ranged and long-ranged capabilities. Ghostblades had a slightly shorter range, but Ghostblades still had superior range compared to Berserkers and Assassins. Ghost boundaries could be placed up to 13 units away. If 100 Blossoms insisted on breaking away from Happy, they would suffer quite a few losses even if they succeeded. After breaking away, if Yu Feng and Zhou Guangyi wanted to go on the offensive, breaking through the enemy side's long-ranged blockade would be an issue. However, since they had just gotten out of the pincer, the distance between the two sides wasn't too far, so their Berserker and Assassin could quickly become threats if needed. Team 100 Blossoms looked to be running away, but in actuality they were waiting. They were adjusting their formation and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Everyone was focused, waiting for that moment to appear. It's here. With a glance at their surroundings, everyone in 100 Blossoms immediately became understood that their opportunity had arrived. Turn. Yu Feng didn't miss this timing and gave out an order in the chat. Zhu Yuan's Bright Blossoms was the first to turn. His gunfire poured down onto Happy. Mo Chuchen's Cleric, Arrogant Flowers, rolled behind an enormous rock to the side and readied himself to provide healing and support to his team. Zhu Xiaoping's Wind Carving stood behind Bright Blossoms. He summoned an Undead Knight as a shield for them and followed with a Demon World Flower. Yu Feng and Zhou Guangyi, the two close combat classes, needed to utilize the cover from their allies to enter the enemy ranks. Blossoming Chaos and Cold Seasons, one on the left, the other on the right, a triple slash, a shining cut, to rapidly dash forward. However, they were met with two rays of light. One from a launcher's laser beam, the other from a Chi master's sky-piercing strike, one on the left, the other on the right, to welcome these two. The two were startled. Triple slash could at least switch directions. Blossoming chaos immediately slashed again to the side, letting him just narrowly dodge the laser beam. Cold seasons, on the other hand, was out of luck. Shining cut could not turn midway through. Forcefully canceling it, and then moving wasn't as fast as triple slash, which let the user turn as a built-in ability. Sky-piercing strike connected squarely with cold seasons, creating a huge chi wave. Shining cut didn't need to be forcefully canceled as it was interrupted. Cold seasons was thrown into the broken river. There was no way to quick recover on the water, so cold seasons dropped in with a splash. Bright Blossom's attacks failed to make enough of a disturbance. Lord Grimm's huge umbrella, which was far larger than a normal shield, gave them their answer. It didn't need to be open for long. It just needed to shield at the crucial moment to allow Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea to get their skills off in time. Everyone in 100 Blossoms was depressed, using a shield to provide cover. It was such an ordinary tactic, but unfortunately they neglected it because the other team didn't have a knight. Even though they had studied Lord Grimm's unspecialized, without practical experience fighting against him, it was hard to fully bring what was in their mind into reality. In that quick change of pace, they had overlooked this point. But by the time they realized it, the error had been made. Bright Blossom's attacks were ineffective. Thus, the assault by Yu Feng and Zhou Guangyi was completely countered. Zhou Guangyi's cold seasons was thrown into the river, and so there was no need to talk about the completeness of 100 Blossom's offensive right now. Zhu Xiaoping immediately had his undead knight push forward to be a shield for them, when everyone suddenly noticed something from the corner of their eyes. They took a glance and saw a satellite beam descending from the sky, directly towards Arrogant Flower, who was hiding behind a rock. Arrogant Flower staggered out. Half of his body had been burnt black. A mess. It's a complete mess. They hadn't noticed Dancing Rain's attack at all. Lord Grimm's umbrella was just that big. It had completely blocked their line of sight towards Dancing Rain. Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash also leaped out at this moment. A ghostly light dropped from the tip of his sword, and an ice boundary formed. The edge of it just happened to sweep past the Demon World Flower. The Demon World Flower was incapable of moving, so it could only take on the persistent damage from ice boundary. Not long afterwards, it was frozen into an ice cube. Suddenly, Lord Grimm charged out. In the previous second, he had been holding his shield up. In the next second, he became a close combat attacker that Happy didn't originally have. Dragon Tooth, Falling Flower Palm. The Battle Mage 2-hit combo landed on the Undead Knight. The Undead Knight was naturally hardy, though. A dragon breaks the ranks only made it slide back. The stun and knockback effect from these two low-level skills were simply unable to move it. However, Lord Grimm closed in another step and wrapped his arms around it, lifting the heavy Undead Knight into the air. There were situations where a grappler's grab failed, but the Undead Knight was not one of them. With a back throw, the Undead Knight slammed into the ground. The instant that heavy body hit the ground, a loud sound boomed. The resulting shockwave was twice as large as a normal target, and it just happened to reach the frozen Demon World Flower, instantly shattering it. Lord Grimm charged forward again. Yu Feng's Blossoming Chaos moved forward to block him, but Dancing Rain's support immediately arrived. After Yi Xiu changed classes, the synergy between the best partners hadn't lessened. Yu Feng also had teammates, but the level of coordination between them couldn't compare to that between Yi Xiu and Sima Cheng. When they tried to help, it felt like they couldn't keep up with the pace. I can't rely on other people helping. I'm the core of the team. Yu Feng was unwilling to back down. Blossoming Chaos's two eyes suddenly turned scarlet red. Despite being under the enemy's suppression, he activated Berserk to forcefully make a counterattack, soul-devouring Crimson Grip. After activating Berserk, Blossoming Chaos's speed increased dramatically. His left hand grabbed towards Lord Grim. But as soon as his hand touched, Lord Grim was unable to endure this grab and poofed into smoke. Shadow Clone Technique. Even though Shadow Clone Technique was a low-level skill and had a quick hand seal, a hand seal still had to be formed. When did Yi Ziu form it? Yu Feng discovered that he didn't know. Where did Lord Grim go? Yu Feng immediately had Blossoming Chaos turn around. He saw Lord Grim's true body run towards Wind Carving and use his close combat capabilities to bully the weak summoner. Blossoming Chaos immediately raised his sword and was about to rush over when a force suddenly pulled at him from behind. His body involuntarily flew backwards. Fuck! Yu Feng cursed inwardly. At the same time, he saw Yi Ziu's Lord Grim turn around decisively, leaving Bright Blossom's explosive attacks behind him. Cloud-grasping fist. Yu Feng didn't need to turn around to know that this was Fang Rui's doing. What just happened? In the previous second, he was struggling to break the suppression from Yi Ziu and Sima Cheng. But by the time he acted, Yi Ziu suddenly switched targets to their summoner. As a result, Yu Feng reacted instantly by chasing after him. But then, Fang Rui sneakily made his move, pulling 100 Blossom's core into their ranks. After being pulled into the enemy ranks, what would the result be? Every pro player knew all too well. They would become the target of their attacks. That was the only possibility. In front of Boundless Sea, Cairo Yiffin's 1-inch ash had stacked up several ghost boundaries, ones that lowered enemy defenses, ones that dealt damage, one that buffed allies. The instant Blossoming Chaos landed, before he could even turn around, Boundless Sea jabbed at him with his finger and then with another finger. It was the Chi Master's level 75 skill, Pulse Break, Break Intelligence, Break Strength. At the same time, Little Cold Hand's holy commandment landed, immersing him inside its light. That wasn't all. Blossoming Chaos was still inside his berserk mode. His defenses were already drastically weakened. The rest of 100 Blossoms obviously wasn't going to just sit there and watch. Cold Seasons had just gotten out of the water and went to rescue Blossoming Chaos, disregarding everything else. A boom sounded. Zhou Guangyi, who had been solely focused on rescuing, didn't notice Dancing Rain's cannon pointing at him. She predicted his movements and shot a missile towards him. Splash! Cold Seasons fell into the water again. As for Bright Blossom's gunfire and wind carving summons, Happy completely ignored them. Kill. The debuffs and buffs from the ghost boundaries, the Chi Master's Pulse Break, the Cleric's Holy Commandment, and Blossoming Chaos's own Berserk piled on top of each other. Finally, Happy's frenzy of attacks arrived. Blossoming Chaos, Team 100 Blossom's core, the former #1 Berserker that had become #1 again after Yu Feng inherited it, was instantly killed. Nothing could be worse for 100 Blossoms than their core character meeting its end, and in such a short instant too. Blossoming Chaos was already gone from the shores of Broken River. For that instant kill, Happy had attacked with everything they had, leaving the ground full of scars. Attack! Yu Feng was no longer there. Thus, as the vice-captain, Zhu Yuan immediately took lead. He could see that even though Happy's wave of attacks had killed Blossoming Chaos, they had messed up their rhythm to achieve it. Nearly all of them had used high-level skills and were in the middle of their ending animation. It was an opportunity for 100 Blossoms to stage a counterattack. After giving out the order, Bright Blossom stepped forward. Bang, 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 bang. The noise wasn't from gunfire, but the crisp sounds of ice colliding. Bright Blossoms, Wind Carving, and Arrogant Flower had frozen into ice, immovable blocks of ice. There was only one skill that had 100% chance of instantly freezing the target's hit: the elementalist's ice line. A skill which wasn't in accordance with the present class compositions had appeared. It had been cast without any of them knowing either. As a result, as soon as the three moved, they immediately went into contact with ice line and instantly became frozen. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1160. Chapter 1160. The Rushing Broken River Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, the elementalist's skill ice line, suddenly appeared at this moment. Should this come as a surprise? The situation was too complicated to say for sure. This was a situation with no elementalist, yet an elementalist's skill had appeared, so of course it was a surprise. But this situation included the unspecialized Lord Grimm, so perhaps it shouldn't be surprising. But the unspecialized was only supposed to have access to low-level skills available before choosing a class, and Ice Line was not such a skill, so this was surprising. But Lord Grimm had used Cloud Grasping Fist with his Myriad Manifestations umbrella before, so everyone was aware that the unspecialized could access higher-level skills through his weapon. Especially after the Cloud Grasping Fist, the unspecialized Lord Grimm had already displayed countless high-level skills with the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, and now he used an elementalist's ice line. This caused everyone to realize a frightening reality. Ordinary weapons could only have one skill applied to them. But because the Myriad Manifestations umbrella could change between a variety of different forms, each form could have a different skill applied to it according to the class. It was known that applying a skill to a weapon was not a complicated process. The materials and skill books required, compared to rare materials, weren't too difficult to obtain. So the skills applied to the weapons held by professional accounts were changed regularly. Depending on the opponent, they would often choose a skill that they felt was the most useful to apply to their weapon and use it for the next battle. One weapon, one type of change, but the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, no one wanted to think about it anymore. It was a headache. 100 Blossoms couldn't think about such long-term headaches right now because they were the victims of this change right now. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella had the ice line skill. It hadn't been mentioned in the match data they had studied beforehand. Even though this general possibility had been proposed, and in theory 100 Blossoms had been prepared for it, it had really just been an idea tossed around. The idea meant that Lord Grimm could use every single ability in glory. 24 classes, hundreds of skills. Even if just talking about aerial skills, they all had their own characteristics and uses. Now that they were talking about every single skill in existence, there was absolutely no way to defend against that. Even more devastating was the fact that Yiziu used his skills so stealthily. 100 Blossoms had no idea when he had laid down this ice line. They discovered it when they triggered it, and by then there was no escape for them. Lord Grimm had access to higher-level skills through his weapon. Because he could only add one level, the power wouldn't be that strong. His ice line couldn't last for long, but it was enough. Happy only needed to withdraw their attacks and adjust. How long would that take? The fact that he would lay down this ice line meant that they were already prepared for the next stage of attack. Zhou Guangyi's cold seasons once again scrambled onto the shore from the rapidly flowing river, and all he saw was wave after wave of devastating attack, flashing so much that he almost couldn't look directly at his screen. His teammates had already been swallowed by these countless flashes, and he couldn't even find their positions. All he could see were the health bars of his 3 teammates rapidly plummeting. Under the overwhelming barrage of attacks, a cleric simply had no way of casting. Healing skills that had no cast time could be used in emergencies to save the situation. But in an emergency like this where there was no way of escaping from the situation, a few instant casts wouldn't help much. Zhou Guangyi was their last hope, and he himself was clear on this point. He didn't shrink back, nor did he recklessly charge ahead. He controlled cold seasons to quickly follow the shoreline so he could get a better view of the situation. Finally, he saw the happy trio that was blasting attacks at the 100 Blossoms players. Dancing Rain, Boundless Sea, 1-inch Ash. No time to hesitate, charge. Cold Seasons flashed ahead and Dancing Rain suddenly turned her cannon. Boom! The cannon blast flew toward him. Zhou Guangyi, who had already been blasted into the river twice now, was now fiercely on the defensive. In the same instant that the cannon moved, he was already twisting aside to nimbly avoid it. Since he didn't have the support of any teammates right now, he didn't use Shining Cut, which was a skill that once used was hard to retract. It would be impossible to use this skill to directly break through the defense of so many enemies. Dancing Rain's cannon shot missed, but she swung out a Gatling gun and bullets began flying everywhere. Zhou Guangyi activated swift movements, then used swift run, and Cold Season's movement speed reached its peak. His dodging amidst the rain of bullets could truly be called elegant, a beautiful solo maneuver, and he finally arrived near the 3 players. Cold Flash. At this distance, Zhou Guangyi finally acted without hesitation. He was confident that no other skill was faster than him. 1-inch Ash lifted his blade, the power of ghosts coalescing as though to meet him with a ghost slash. But was he fast enough? The cold light fell, and as expected, 1-inch Ash's ghost slash wasn't fast enough. A string of blood droplets flew out in front of his chest, and he staggered backwards. Zhou Guangyi didn't rush to kill him, since Boundless Sea was still blasting his teammates. His priority was to rescue his teammates, because by himself he couldn't take on all of these opponents. His use was to interrupt their rhythm. Cold Seasons swiftly turned and came at Boundless Sea with a heart-piercing stab, but his own body suddenly flew up. Zhou Guangyi turned his camera frantically, only to see Lord Grimm lifting high his myriad manifestations umbrella in spear form, sending him flying with a circle swing. Where in the world did this guy come from? Zhou Guangyi's depression was incomparable. He really wasn't unfamiliar with Yiziu at all. Even though he wasn't a player of that era, he had come from Tyranny. Which team could beat Tyranny at understanding Yiziu? But Zhou Guangyi discovered that he truly had no way of predicting the Yiziu before him now, the Yiziu using Lord Grimm. Cold Seasons was sent rolling on the ground, but the effects of his sudden appearance and interruption were clear to see. From Su Macheng to Kaio, Yifen then to Yiziu, Happy needed 3 players to take action to control him. Any attacks toward Cold Seasons were attacks that didn't go toward the trio from 100 Blossoms, and Zhu Yuan seized this opportunity to use one of the Spitfire's high-level skills, Chaotic Thunder. Aside from this official name, this skill had a nickname, Goddess Scattering Flowers. Bright blossoms reached into the pockets at his hips, withdrawing countless grenades between his fingertips as though they were flower petals, and sent them flying with a shake of his wrists. These grenades were varied and complicated. Some were ordinary ones that exploded upon impact, some were powerful bursts, some exploded after a set countdown, some released poisonous gas, and so on and so forth. In essence, it was all of the different types of Spitfire grenades combined into one attack, and now they were all hurled toward Happy's players. Too many grenades were released at once to determine which type each of them were. Happy didn't dare to just take the damage, since many Spitfire grenades had effects aside from just pure damage. Take the burst grenade, for example. Although its damage wasn't high, the impact was so powerful that even super armor couldn't stop it. No matter what status someone was in, if hit by the burst grenade, their position would be instantly scattered. The best defense was a good attack. Happy's players all dodged in different directions, and the place where they had been standing was blasted apart. Fire, smoke, poison gas, powerful blasts, they were scattered all around. Happy hadn't dodged enough. Because Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash had been standing at the core, he was hit by the poison gas and became poisoned, and his health began to drop by the second. And Suma Cheng's dancing rain, while using aerial gun to escape, was hit by the blast of a burst grenade, sending her even farther away. 100 Blossoms instantly seized this opportunity. Mo Chuchen's cleric found cover and hurriedly began casting heals. Zhu Xiaoping's summoner quickly called several summons as support. Bright Blossoms, who had orchestrated this stunning reversal for 100 Blossoms, was already reaching for more grenades, and he dominated the scene with all the atmosphere of a core player. But after quickly scanning his surroundings, he suddenly realized, Lord Grimm, Boundless Sea, and also Cold Seasons, where did they go? Underwater. Zhou Guangyi realized that his teammates might have lost him and rushed to send this message in the team chat. In the midst of the chaos, he hadn't expected that Fang Rui, while dodging, had still remembered him. Boundless Sea, with Chi Flowing Cloud activated, had brushed by, specially coming by to pat him. Zhou Guangyi had tried to dodge, but he hadn't dodged enough. His shoulder was hit, and that one pat had turned out to be a powerful Qigong blast. In an instant, Cold Seasons was sent into the air. He had no tears left as he looked at the broken river below him. Zhou Guangyi prepared to use air jump to return to shore, but Lord Grimm suddenly appeared above him. With an eagle stamp and then a falling light blade, Cold Seasons was directly shoved into the water again. And then Fang Rui, that guy, he had controlled Boundless Sea to enter the water as well. In that 2v1, Cold Seasons was miserably beaten up underwater. When the 100 Blossoms players saw the message, they all rushed to the riverside. But the river was rushing fiercely. The three were fighting underwater, but from the surface, nothing unusual could be seen. Where? Zhu Yuan sent to the chat, worried. It was clear that Zhou Guangyi wouldn't have reported his position if he weren't in need of immediate support. Washed away. What a short message. There wasn't even any punctuation. Zhu Yuan and the others grew worried. If you were washed away by the broken river all the way until the end, you'd be washed out of the map and directly eliminated. Zhou Guangyi's desperate message showed that he was currently in a bad situation right now. Right now, they could see that Sima Cheng, Kaio Yifen, and Wenyi's characters were all here, but Yi Ziu and Fang Rui were still missing. Were they in the water fighting Zhou Guangyi? Zhu Yuan and the others were in a dilemma. If they went to save Zhou Guangyi, it would be hard to get rid of the three in front of them. If they didn't save him, there was nothing but disaster waiting for Zhou Guangyi's Cold Seasons. But as they struggled with their options, a silhouette flashed out of the stone forest, riding a broom. He directly flew to the surface of the river and went under with a splash. Zhang Wei, 100 Blossoms' sixth person, entered the battle from the stone forest. After seeing the message in the chat, he directly rushed to the riverside and entered the water. Finally, Zhu Yuan and the others saw that they had support. Now they could relax and deal with Happy's three in front of them, and at the same time think about how they could regroup with the others. With Zhang Wei, it would now be a 2v2. But Happy's side had Yi Ziu and Fang Rui. Even though they didn't want the opponent's mere presence to smother their own spirits, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Better to quickly confirm their status to reassure themselves. The king's avatar.